Great. Sam, you ready? All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. This is a call to order for the regular board meeting of the Bridgeport Board of Education. It is Monday, October 23rd, 2023, and the time right now is 6:35. Mr. Secretary, can you do a roll call? Nope, I'm sorry, I'm out of order. We're gonna have our Pledge of Allegiance by our student at Fairchild Willer. His name is Abel. God bless me. Correct me and just, okay, if you want to go to the mic. Oh, yep. Everyone, please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Can we all give Abel a hand for doing the Pledge of Allegiance? At this moment, we will start our student representation reports. I ask that you say your name and the school you are attending, and you can start your report. Roll call, Mr. Secretary, and then that.
Thank you, Madam. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Subo Allen. Christine Baptiste Perez. Bobby Brown.
Present.
Akisha Casimir.
Present.
Okay. David Gellin. Jennifer Perez.
Present.
Joseph Sokolip.
Present.
Robert Traver. And Mr. Abdul Benahan Grahal is present.
You can recall Ms. Allen.
Oh, Mr. Allen. Welcome. Thank you.
The student representative reports. Again, state your name and the school you attend, and then you can start your report. Press the button on your, yep, it should be red for you. You press it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Education. My name is Karen, and Warden Harding High School has been working on many things this past weeks. Last week on Thursday, our HOSA Club successfully hosted a spooky movie night fundraiser. Through our HOTS program, Miss Silver students were able to attend a school-wide presentation learning about flamenco dancing. Also, nearly 200 students completed their UConn Early College Experience registration this month, enabling them to earn free college credits for a variety of English, history, science, music, education, and medical classes. To end things, at the end of this month, we will have a school-wide fall festival and pink out event co-hosted by our student council and HOSA club. Students will get to take part in games with the help of our Games Club, multiple art activities with assistance from our art department, as well as a photo station, music, treats, and a pink out outfit competition. And upcoming next month, Student Council will focus on our School Spirit Week, class versus class competition, fall pep rally, and dance. Thank you.
So much. Next student.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Jeremy Alvarado, and I attend Fairchild Wheeler, the biotechnology school. So many things have happened this month at Fairchild Wheeler. So on Wednesday, freshmen, sophomore, and juniors will be making up their PSATs. Recently, we had our first campus-wide open house with more than 300 attendees and potential new students. Over this weekend, there was a middle school cross-country meet on our campus, so Student Council was able to take advantage of the opportunity and decided to raise funds by selling breakfast items for the parents that were coming. Seniors are able to schedule appointments for their portraits starting in December. Build On has been giving opportunities to our students, with about 50 being signed up for it. Students have been able to complete afternoon volunteer activities in order to get their volunteer hours. Earlier this month, Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, which was very fun and successful. We had a variety of activities such as Spanish karaoke and dancing. Spirit Week is upcoming, so students are excited for this. We are also spreading awareness for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and money we will be receiving will be donated to breast cancer research. Colleges have also been coming to our schools, talking to our juniors and seniors that are interested in the colleges that are coming. And we also have field trips coming up in November with students visiting UConn and Fairfield University. Thank you so much.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Levy David. My name is Abil Gabratan Sae, a senior at Aerospace Hydrospace Engineering Magnet High School. After graduation, I hope to go to a great college like Northwestern or Notre Dame. I'm applying early decision through QuestBridge, hoping for a successful match. After that, I plan to study computer science and become software engineer. This is my first report of the school year. Our 12th graders were able to successfully complete their paper SAT on October 11th. We have one makeup scheduled for Thursday this week. On October 13th, we had our Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. Students were able to share about their culture in a video presentation that was streamed across campus. We also had a panel discussion, and then classes visited stations where students presented on different aspects of their culture. We had principals breakfast with parents on Wednesdays, October 18th, 8:30 in our cafeteria. Coffee and refreshments were served. We had our first open house on Wednesday, October 18th night. The next open house will be Saturday morning from 10 to 11:30 a.m., November 18th. The last two are in the evening from 6 to 7:30 p.m. on December 12th and January 11th, 2024. The public is welcome. On Saturday, October 21st, as part of our recruitment efforts, the campus hosted the first Fairchild Frenzy, a middle school cross-country event. Despite the weather, more than 60 runners competed in the light rain. The campus set up a live stream and had several cameras and commentators for the event so families could watch from our Jumbotron in the cafeteria. 255 students applied to Aero. To date, 347 total students have applied. Several have applied to more than one school on campus, so there are 794 total applications. On Tuesday evening, we will be holding our national honor inductions. Dr. Lay David will be our keynote speaker. We finished handing our gray sweatshirts as well. October 25th, Wednesday. PSATs will be administered to all 9th to 11th grade students. Seniors will be working on post-high school planning during this time. On Thursday and Friday, November 2nd and November 3rd, we will be having a live tour on campus. That is the driving while impaired simulators. Last year, we were able to get most of seniors and juniors to the two simulators. Report card conference will be held on November 20th and 21st, and sign-up informations will follow. Robert Taylor would like to begin photographing our seniors in their studio after Thanksgiving break. 9th to 11th grade students will have their pictures taken on November 15th, and campus-wide Spirit Week will run next week. Thank you so much.
Can we give all of our student representatives? I'm going to check online. I want to believe James Haig is a student. Yes, okay, James, you have the floor. James? Oh, he's not a student, okay. All right, so this concludes our student representative report. They're online? It's not showing. Is it Crystal? Okay, we can't see them.
Yeah, hi folks, can you hear me?
No, James, you're not a student, but thank you.
Yeah.
We're waiting on a student. Okay, they're not there. So if they do come back, we will go back to the reports for students. We're now going to move into public comment. How it has been done in the past is that I noticed that we have 2 pages for public comment. According to our bylaws, we've made it where the first 15 will be able to speak, and then the last 15 will speak after line F of our agenda, if you choose so to stay. And I just want to keep in mind that you will have 2 minutes. And once the 2 minutes, Ms. Rita will sound off the alarm. Once the 2 minutes are done, I ask that you wrap up your final statement. Keep your comments professional. We have our students here today. Please make sure that you are good examples for our students that are watching today. All right? Yes. Okay. There is a car in the parking lot with, it's a Kia Soul. The number is BK79. Oops. If you have a Kia Soul, it's BK79612. Your lights are on. If you want to just go turn your lights off. All right. So public comment, the first person we have is Mr. Ralph Ford. You have the floor. Just press the button. Press the button. It should turn red.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, board members, students. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you. I must say I'm rather dismayed to have to come here and make these comments. Hearing both reports from people who were at the meeting, stuff I've read in the paper about the rancor among these board members directed specifically at our superintendent. Dr. Levy David is an experienced professional that left her job in Texas to come here in Bridgeport. Her commitment not only is to the city, but also to herself and her family. Her own daughter is enrolled in our system. She needs the support of this board. Provide for policy for the board, but also to support the superintendent. To threaten her after 3 months on the job is simply not tolerable. And for those of you who engage that kind of behavior, you need to stop it. Our kids need the best opportunity to succeed. I think this superintendent comes with some great credentials. She has some great ideas, and we need to support her in all her efforts. You shouldn't be questioning every decision she makes, whether she hires people, whether she decides on certain programs that's going to support our students, because that's what we need. We've been down this road so many times before, where this board and the political backstabbing, political arguments have undermined our superintendents. We've had 4 superintendents of color. Each and every case, there have been board members has been rude and disrespectful. We can no longer tolerate that. So I implore you from this day forward, pledge yourselves, and each one of you, to support the doctor, to support our kids. Thank you.
Mr. Ford. The next speaker is Mr. Newton, but before we call Mr. Newton, let the record reflect Ms. Casimir is in person and Ms. Baptiste Perez is in person. And Mr. Gillen, I think we did Mr. Gillen. Mr. Gillen's in person as well, sorry. Mr. Ernie Newton.
First, I want to say good evening to the superintendent of schools and to this board. Now, usually I don't come to a lot of board meetings, but I can tell you this, that we have an outstanding superintendent. And what hurts me the most is that some of you board members that are sitting here know better. You invited this woman to come. Some of you voted for her. Let her do her job, because none of you can do what this woman can do.
That's right.
Professional. Now let me share one thing with you. I had the opportunity to go to Harding High School for freshmen because it's my district. She had those children eating out of her hands because she made them feel like they were her children. Now I've heard the rumors. If I get 5 votes, she's gone. Who says things like that? And whoever said it should be ashamed of themselves.
Absolutely.
And I came here to let you know. You see these brothers here? Nothing's going to happen to her. And sister, I'm sorry. Because we believe in her, and you all should get in back of her and support her. When Testani was here, he did whatever he wanted to do. Told the board he was gonna move in the city, did he? No, but y'all didn't say nothing. This woman came from Texas, moved her family here, and we're not gonna let you disrespect that sister. Because when you disrespect her, you disrespect us.
That's right.
And I promise you this, we're gonna check you.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. The next speaker is Mr. Lyle Hassan Jones.
In the name of God, the beneficent and merciful, I bear witness that there is but one God. I bear witness Muhammad is the messenger of God. And I further bear witness that Christ Jesus, his Messiah, his word and spirit. Greet you, board members and family here. Greeting words of peace. We say it in the Arabic language, Assalamu alaikum. Simply mean peace be unto you. Yeah, we are here just to echo what Ernie said. We ain't playing with you. We ain't playing with you. Leave this sister alone. She went through a process and she was the best candidate. And like you said, if 5 votes can get her out of here, none of you are qualified to do what this sister was hired to do. And she just got here. I mean, give her an opportunity to implement her program to see what's happening. That's why she's hired. We had the process. She went through the process. She came out with glowing colors and she was chosen to be the superintendent. And so we want her here and she's going to be here because see, we know how to fight.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And willingly or unwillingly, you're going to leave this sister alone.
Come on.
And Bobby, I'm disappointed in you. You know, we was grooming you to be a strong Black woman. And you let these folks do this to this sister and you don't get her back. You say nothing. Come on now. You don't allow that to happen. Because when people come after you, you want somebody to get your back. And we got your back when you first got on the board when they was dogging you. When Maria Pereira was beating you up. We came to your aid. So you support the sister. We're just here saying, listen, give her an opportunity. If she can't do the job and she's not effective, of course, she has to go. But if you give her an opportunity to do her job, to see if she can do it the way we believe she can, and like Ernie said, then just leave the sister alone. God bless you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mary McBriley.
The last time that I was here, I understand that I was cut off. It was nowhere where I spoke, but I'm gonna speak tonight. You know, it's very sad when I look at Channel 12, Connecticut Post, and the only thing that I see is how the board is treating our superintendent. That's a shame. I've been in the school system for 30+ years, and I've seen a lot. I've seen them go and I've seen them come. And in the school system, this superintendent is the only superintendent that I know that stood up and say the teacher is underpaid. Yeah, because of the fact, if I went to Fairfield, I could make $8,000, $6,000 more dollars than I do in Bridgeport. But she said the teachers are underpaid. And I you know, and to me, that means a lot because some of you all are sitting around here now going to come to us and say that you need money for the Board of Ed and for this and for that. I'm going to remember. Some of you all, I don't even want to hear. No point in you even saying, guess what? I'm on that board too. I'm on the budget board. So don't come talking about you need something and then you're not going to treat our superintendent right. This is, and not just because she's a sister, she could be your mother. She could be your daughter. She could be whomever, and you gonna disrespect her? Give me a break. When Testani was here, you all sent him to school, got his doctorate, paid when he was in that other place where he at now that they finna get rid of him. And then, and here, as soon as she walked in the door, before she could take her hat off, you know, before she could even take her Texas hat off, you all were talking about getting rid of her. My time is up?
No, yes, it is. Just want to be mindful that anyone that's at the podium is the only person should be speaking. No one on the audience should be speaking. So just be mindful and be respectful.
Thank
Yes,
you.
your time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, since they took some of my time, I want to say this. If you have anything to say to me, let's don't do it in here. Let's go outside.
Again, if you're not at the podium, please do not speak and be mindful. Our students are still here. They are still here.
But you got people
up
there threatening and
Yes, you are right. So board, please respect that there are still students here. There are still adults here. So keep your comments respectful. Thank you. The next speaker is Heidi Neves.
Come on, Heidi.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members. I come to you as the council president, but also as a resident of the city of Bridgeport, also as a parent of a child, 2 children from the Bridgeport education system. I come to you because finally I have seen a person come to Bridgeport with energy, reinvigorate the community and reinvigorate parents and teachers and staff alike. And that doesn't come often. And we can't allow as leaders, for that fire to be put out, for that desire to be the change that we all been looking for to be squashed because of indifference. Now, I sit before people in public speaking, which threaten me all the time, point at me, throw money at me, say all kind of words to me. But that is the part of being in public office. And also being in public office is understanding that there's a greater good. And the greater good is the lives that you are impacting as we all lead. And people tend to forget that even though we're not the Board of Ed, we are the City Council, we also are in charge of the lives of those children. And we stand before you as leaders, speaking to our fellow leaders about the leader that you've chosen. You picked her. She went through the test. She went through the process. You picked her because she had something that you all believed in at some point. And we need to let her do that, because never have I seen a superintendent, as long as I've been a parent, invite the community, different levels of the community, to speak and hear their concerns. And equally, she has been out to the community to meet with us, even at the last minute, opening up her schedule book to talk to us, to meet with us. She's been to the Move Yacht Club. She went to the Dominican Coalition to meet with leaders and community members. We have never seen that. That means she wants to hear and she wants to know. Her desire to lead this city and our children to a better educational system is there. And I implore you to forget your personal indifference with her and let her do her job. That is her job. And she's a smart woman. She has a doctorate. She's a social worker. So she even understands the social emotional place of a parent who wants a better education for her child. She is that parent, and you guys are those parents, and I was one of those parents. But we as leaders need to allow her to lead. That's why she's there. Give her the autonomy to decide, because everybody needs their right-hand man and a trusted partner who can carry the ball when she can't carry the ball. So we need to allow her that autonomy, and that's all I ask of you as leaders. Thank you.
Anita Martinez.
Good evening, Superintendent. Thank you for coming to Bridgeport. You could have been somewhere else, but you made a choice to come to Bridgeport, represent the students of Bridgeport, and we thank you for that. Not only did you come to Bridgeport, you brought your family here. You purchased a house immediately. You're making change, long time coming. Some may think I'm new to the Board of Ed, but we've been doing this for many years. We have had many issues with the Board of Education board members throughout, going back to, I would say, 1994. We finally have someone here that is looking to make changes, and we stand in full force behind you, with you, side by side with you. We ask that you continue to do everything that you're doing. Your leadership is outstanding. What we see, what's happening, and what is yet to come is long overdue in the city of Bridgeport. And I just want to say thank you. I can elaborate more, but colleagues have spoken enough. But I just want to thank you and tell you to hang in there. To the board members, you all to appreciate what you have, because you have a gem here. You have a gem, someone that's looking to change the landscape of what has been old. Okay? And I can say this because we have been involved for so long. And Sauda Barak is here. She has been such a fighter with the Board of Education. And when I say long, I mean down to the point where they were going to close Dunbar School down and we stood and fought. Okay? Lorraine Farrar, who's no longer here. We're old school to this. And here we are again in 2023, still fighting the same battles. But I ask you to please hang in there. Stick to the fight, because we know that you have the fire in you. And don't let anyone take you out of your element, because you could do it and we need you to do it. So thank you.
Mr. Alfredo Castillo.
Just got to say something real quick. No, I ain't gonna cry today. That's because I'm not good. Listen, when I met the superintendent, I seen her in her office and she came out, and the first thing she said to me was, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm the city councilman." He said, "Oh, are you? I'd like to talk to you." And she started talking in Spanish. I said, "Oh, you talk Spanish?" She said, "Yes, I am. I'm talking to you in Spanish." So what I'm trying to say is that, listen, you're getting 2 for 1. You're getting an African-American and a Latino that knows where she's coming from. And you got to make the road here. To make the roads here. And they're struggling to have communication. They're from another country. And they just want to fit in. They're saying that Spanish people ain't smart. But I tell you what, they speak 2 languages. That ain't mean they ain't dumb. They're smart. 2 languages they speak. But they're struggling in the school system. When I went to school at Elias Howe, they had bilingual. Half a day English, half a day English and Spanish. And that's how we grew up. We learned how to talk Spanish and we did English. So what I'm saying is, listen, we have a gem here. She came from Texas, running from Texas. She could have went to New York, but she said, "I'm coming to Bridgeport." She bought a house. She's a voter. So you got to remember, she's voting. And voter ad is citywide. 1 vote you can win, 1 vote you can lose. What I'm saying is give her an opportunity. Give her the tools. Give her the tools that she needs to change. Everybody comes and goes. She's willing to change, but you got to give her ammunition. This is war. And guess what? These are our kids. And what she's about and what I'm about and everybody here, we're the people's business. This is what we do. Why are you on the board of ed? People business. Why are you on the council? The people business. Why do we vote? The people's business. So y'all have to give this lady opportunity to do her job. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am here tonight in support of our superintendent. When I first met her, I was really amazed. Again, how she came forward, her meeting with the community, as Heidi and others have stated, was amazing. I worked for the city of Bridgeport for 34 years, and I retired in 2011. I didn't want to go, but it was time. And so I did meet various superintendent, but like this woman here sitting before us, there has never been anyone like her. That when she speaks, you hear and you feel what she's saying, and she's honest. So I am, again, board members, please take a look at what you have before you. Support her. And again, if you've hardly ever seen me come here to these meetings, but because Dr. Levy is so important to us, because we know that she has touched our children, that someone who lived here in Bridgeport and now resides in Florida gave me a call and said, Maria, if it wasn't because I am so far away, I would take the next plane and I will be right here with us on behalf of our Dr. Levy.
Thank you so much. Miss Joanne Kennedy.
Proverbs 28:29-18 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. And right along with the people perishing, our children and our students will perish. We have to have a vision. Miss Levy David brought a vision with her. She had a 100-day plan. She's implementing that plan. I've been up here before. You know, I keep speaking to you guys. Thank God the community came out. To God be the glory with that. But we have to follow her vision. She's a leader. She's excellent. And I told you before, she's the smartest person in the room. Don't be mad that she went and got all the education she wanted to get. This is her passion. You know, I have a passion for retail. I love customer service. That's my passion. I can do that with my hands tied behind my back. This is what she does. This is her. Other people have a passion for cleaning. You might want to clean a bus, a train. You have that passion, you want to do that, you do that. That's your passion. This is her passion. She's a passionate person, okay? She's not going to take your stuff because her mama didn't make her like that. And her daddy said, don't let anybody push you around. She's not going to let you do it. So we're here to have her back because her mama and her daddy taught her well. And thank God she's bilingual. She needs to use that even more in front of us. Know what we have. Value what we have. She's amazing. She's going to continue to be amazing. She's going to change the district. Let her do her job. And you know who you are that are against her. Stop it. And to God be the glory for that.
Miss Sauda Baraka.
Stay with Sauda. Yeah, stay with Sauda.
With the cat.
That's right.
Good evening, Chairperson Brown, Board of Ed members, Superintendent Levy David, staff, and all present. My name is Sauda Fia Baraka. I'm a resident of the city of Bridgeport and chairperson of the Race and Justice Committee for the Greater Bridgeport NAACP. I'm here tonight to speak on the censuring of Superintendent Levy David. Superintendent Levy David was hired by the Bridgeport Board of Education because of her professional acumen, certifications, degrees, skill sets, and breadth of knowledge and experience. Dr. Levy is laser focused on our district to ensure that our children, families, professional, and paraprofessional staff is equipped with all that they need to bring about the success of our scholars. As a board, your most important job is to hire the most qualified individual for superintendent, which you did, and I thank you. You also are to establish policies that are in line with the state and federal statutes and guidelines, regulations, and law, and be the fiduciary agent for our district funding, ensuring that all dollars effectively are used to impact and affect our students' growth, development, and success. There is no room for anything other than supporting this work. I'm appalled that when assessing the climate of our country and the rise of book banning of words, acronyms like CRT, racism, discrimination, woke, indoctrination, gay, etc., and other global white supremacist practices in states like number 2, Florida, which I'm going to speak to specifically, we are not Florida and should not want to engage in practices that allow for such fascist practices. We should be developing pathways for our scholars' success. Students need to know that they're being heard, that the schools they attend are well-equipped, safe, non-judgmental, where they will thrive and be successful. I leave you with 2 books, How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram K. Kendi and Punished for Dreaming by Bettina L. Love. Members of the Bridgeport Board of Education, as a board, if you want better, you must be better. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Ms. Gladys Walker Jones.
Grace and peace. Process is a series of actions which are carried out in order to achieve a particular result. To be deft at process, BOE members must thoroughly know, understand, and competently operate within the scope of their role and responsibilities. Please revisit the BOE training on 9/26. Whether or not DEI is dead or alive in Texas or Connecticut is irrelevant. And the committee chair speaking on behalf of the NAACP to push a contract is a trespass, or shall we say an encroachment. What is relevant and aligned with the NAACP resolutions is greater emphasis on recruitment and retention of staff of color and culturally responsive teaching as supported by current research. 2 articles in Ed Week, Training Bias Out of Teachers. Research shows little promise so far. Benefits were shown not to last even a day or 2. In some cases, it leads to more stereotyping and white participants feeling threatened. Who cares? We all need to care. This is a people business, and the majority of the educators in front of our scholars are melanin deficient. Second article, attention school leaders. Students are demanding anti-racist curriculum and instruction. They share the same sentiment by our own scholars echoed in the Males of Color white paper. Please revisit it. Be it resolved, the NAACP affirms its commitment to continue to work towards eliminating the injustices which have historically plagued education and impeded the growth and success of communities of color, including but not limited to process and policies that prohibits educators from using quality instructional approaches that prepare scholars for further learning in life, process and policies that restricts professional development related to topics of diversity in any educational or other municipal space. The NAACP will advocate against any process, legislation, or policies that suppress compassionate, rigorous, and truthful teaching in our schools. Finally, the Greater Bridgeport NAACP Education Committee will continue to advocate against any and all efforts to stifle the necessary work to improve scholar outcomes within our reach, and this includes our own superintendent, Dr. Carmela Levy-David. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ms. Ava Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Ava Mitchell. This is my 3rd time in front of the board, once in 2016, another time in 2019, and now. I'm an extremely private person, so when I'm out.
Ms. Mitchell, just give us a second,
Sure.
please. If you are speaking, please walk outside. Please do not interrupt those who have the floor. Go ahead, Ms. Mitchell.
I'm an extremely private person, so when I come out, it is for something of which I have a great concern. These are my concerns, and to assume that they are not is bias. I have a question for the board, rhetorical question, and for the audience too. Should parents like myself expressing their viewpoints about policy and process be faced with potential threats of legal action? Let me say that again, and I'll do it slowly. Should I be faced with legal action for practicing my First Amendment rights? No. The public comment area, as you saw, is open for everybody to practice their First Amendment right. And so too is any email that I write to a school official. It is there to voice concerns and viewpoints. It does not always look it, but this is still a democracy. I demand a continued account for money spent, money to be spent, and I have no fear of being sued for asking the same of our school officials. Our children depend on us to do the same thing. Elected school officials are elected to ask questions, to probe where non-elected residents cannot. They see behind the curtains and they lift the veil, as one former board member stated. We want questions
Mitchell,
asked.
Miss Mitchell, 1 second. And, while
I'm gonna
she's
go-
doing that,
I'm
if you
gonna-
could just wrap up your last statement.
Sure,
Thank you.
thank you. I'm gonna go back to this because this is an important point. Elected school officials are elected to ask questions, to probe where non-elected officials cannot. They see behind the curtains and lift the veil, as one former board member stated. We want questions asked. We demand policy be followed. We just can't just do things willy-nilly. We require more than just go along to get along,
Mitchell,
which is not popular.
please
This
wrap
is
up
not a
your-
popularity contest.
Please wrap up your
Parents,
last statement.
residents should feel free to ask questions about how money is spent, why it's spent, and they should be elated for accountability. It is not bias.
Ms. Mitchell,
It's policy and process. Thank you.
thank
Sorry.
you. Our next speaker is Ms. Leslie Caraballo.
Hi, first and foremost, for all those that watched what just took place, I suggest you go back to YouTube, watch that video that took place because I was actually disgusted with it and it's not portrayed as they made it to be. Hola, mi nombre es Leslie Caraballo, presidente de Bridgeport y madre de dos hijos. Oh, okay. Sorry. Le quiero pedir perdón a la comunidad hispana por no poder traducir completamente mis preocupaciones sobre el superintendente de las escuelas o lo que está pasando realmente, porque solamente me dan 2 minutos. Si quieres mi testimonio de esta noche, por favor, con confianza, llámame a 203-864-2009. Gracias y que Dios te bendiga. My name is Leslie Caraballo, a Bridgeport resident and mother of 2 girls. I'm concerned of some things that as a parent raises some eyebrows. Superintendent, you took the time to speak with me prior to my last public comment concern at last month's meeting in reference to the situation with Geo and Columbus School. You went as far as stating off the record that you will give us your number or email to follow up. Well, there is proof that an email was sent to you that same night in which you never responded, even till this day. However, ironically enough, the school decides to call DCF the next morning following that meeting on Gio's mother. You never care to respond back nor follow up. Makes me wonder as an advocate for the youth and parents of the city of Bridgeport. I also see in the recording of the meeting, as I have been closely watching every single one of them, the way some board members conduct themselves with attitudes, not speaking at all, including eating on live recording and even whispering and laughing with the person sitting next to you. Doesn't this sound familiar? It's what the kids do in school, right? Look around and see why this is empty. Or in this case, today it was full. Usually it is empty though, and barely no parents come to sit in. Have you ever wondered? Well, when you conduct yourselves in a manner as such, and then why should we take you seriously? Some of you act the very way you preach against. We need to do better. Take that into consideration. And when the world is watching, and understand that the world is watching you, because they are, whether you want, what? Okay, sorry. They're watching you because whether they show up or not. Bella, come here. Furthermore, I say something in the last agenda in reference to concerning censoring Mr. Albert. What are we, kids? And who decided that? Let me guess, maybe someone who is a coward to speak at these meetings, but has no problem whispering in the background. While I may not agree with Albert apologizing for commenting about the incident, I also, okay, I'll say the last one. So what I wanted to say was, I don't know what they do in Texas, but perhaps You should have stuck to the 100 days that you said verbatim to familiarize and welcome yourself to Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut, to be exact.
Thank you, Ms. Carabell. The next speaker is Ms. Amber Foyle. I'm sorry, please correct me when you get to the mic. I apologize for saying your name wrong.
Hi. So I come before you guys today because this is my son Giovanni. Everybody heard the story. Everybody knows. And to back up what she just said, I emailed you when you told me to email. You never once responded. Black and white doesn't lie. I stand here for my son today and for any other children that are going through what he had to experience, which is being failed. I am outraged as a parent because I thought I had a team who said that they were going to be there for me and my child, including you. But what happened? Threats came out. People turned around because they had to silence their voice. I won't silence mine for mine or for anybody else's child. My son could have been killed that day, and it felt like none of you cared. But you sure enough shared on Facebook like you did. So let me explain this to wrap it up. Don't worry. I'm not going through with my lawsuit because after that, I had DCF called on me for no reason, guys, saying that I neglect my child. Here's Giovanni today. Healthy, clean, dressed, and taken care of by mom. Think about it. If it was your children, what would you do? How would you feel? Don't sit here and tell me you're going to be by my side and my son's side and not be there. Don't threaten people and keep them silent and threaten to take their positions because y'all scared of a lawsuit. Because if it was yours, you wouldn't be silent. I won't be silent, but don't worry. I'm not here to sue.
Thank you so much for sharing. The next speaker is Mr. Willie Medina.
I have a very short message for myself because I decided to dedicate my time to the mother that's next to me. And I just want to share with the board and with my dear sister, Colossians 3:23. Everything that you do unto God. You don't need the support. You need him and only him. And know that the truth shall set us free. Amen. But this is Somara Toleno. She is a mother of a 17-year-old, and a 16-year-old, and a 10-year-old. I'm speaking for her because there's no bilingual person to translate for her. Her 17-year-old is pregnant, 8 months. She shares with me she's a student at Harding High School. They put her daughter in the program for teen pregnancy. During that time in that program, she learned about a program that they have for those that are abused youth. And she found out that because she can be in that program for abused youth, which is not the case, that they can give her assistance for an apartment. So she began to somewhat rebel against her mother. And after that, she began planning and reporting different instances that was not true. 4 reports were sent out. After that, she was already 8 months pregnant and no one heard any report of any neglect or abuse or anything like that. So she's not that stoic. The secretary of the school called with her daughter and reported to her, a mother that works in Norwalk, that there was some case going on at the school. So she rushed over to the school. Lo and behold, DCF was there awaiting for her. They put her in a home study program, the school. But yet they're receiving notice, she's receiving notice that the daughter is not attending school, but they put her in a homeschool program. She said, they're claiming that she's absent from school. A teacher offered a room for her daughter to stay with her and the baby, but the principal won't identify who that teacher is. So the daughter is rebelling, saying, I got this freedom now. She doesn't want any other parent going through this and having this problem because they put her and a psychiatrist for, is that my time? Okay, I'll be ending. She wants to make sure and to make you aware of the situation. I will be emailing you her name and information. That way you guys can contact her. Thank you. And again, Colossians 3:23. You don't need these people. You don't need wolves dressed up like sheep. They're not sheep, believe me. I love you and you know that. God bless you guys.
Thank you. That ends public comment at this part. What?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, consider suspending by law 9160. A lot of people came out to speak tonight, and I think we should hear from them all before we move on. I'd like to make a motion to suspend policy 9160 to allow the rest of the people to speak before we go on to new business.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote, Mr. Secretary.
Of course.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
So a suspension of our bylaws, that's requires a supermajority of the board, so we'll need 2/3 votes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Joseph Sokoli,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Ms. Bobby Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Will Allen,
Yes.
Christine Baptiste,
No.
Mr. Abdul Benan Grahali, yes. Ms. Akisha Casimir,
Yes.
Mr. David Galen,
Okay.
Ms. Jennifer Paris.
Yes.
All right, so we will continue with public comment to give each and every one of everyone an opportunity to speak. There you go. The next speaker is Ms. Kayla Medina. And we have 15 speakers in total, so just want everyone to know. Just press the button once. There you go.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Kayla Medina, and I'm a Bassick High School graduate. My husband's a graduate from Central High School, and our 3 daughters graduated, 2 from Fairchild and 1 from Central Magnet. So my roots are deep in this community, and I've been coming here year after year after year, different superintendents, different people on the board, same issues. We need to stop with the pettiness. Like, we tell our kids, learn how to solve your problems by talking to each other, right? We need to learn to solve our problems and be the example for the kids that stand and sit right here, right? When I hear all of this chitter chatter going back and forth, board members putting stuff on Facebook and things happening with the superintendent, that doesn't make us look good. We're not giving a good example, right? We have something that's changing. We need to, sorry to say, I feel like the Board of Ed, some of us and some of the schools, we're in the Stone Age. We need to move. We need to do different things to escalate our kids. We talk so much about other towns, but we're not changing. When we get stuck on something, we're stuck on that thing. And who gets hurt? The kids. We saw a lot of city council members here. Nice, right? But they're never here. Don't come tell me that you're here for them when you're never here. Don't come tell me that you're here for them when you don't give them any money because they don't like you. It's not about the people in the seat. It's about the kids in the schools. So just like the city council has to put their issues aside, the Board of Ed has to put their issues aside, the superintendent has to put their issues aside and work together. We're never going to move if we don't learn how to work together. And that's the biggest problem we have. We're our own problem. We get in our own ways and we need to stop and get into a room. If we don't agree with something, especially you guys are leading over 22,000 kids. Get into a room. You know what? I didn't like this, or I didn't like the way this came across. Let's talk, right?
Ms. Medina, wrap up your last statement.
Yes, I will. So just come together and talk. We have such great things happening in the city, and you all are the ones that were put into place, were voted into these places, and the superintendent brought here. Work together. Learn how to talk to each other in courteous ways. Go into a room and do what you have to do for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. George Cruz. Mr. George Cruz. Okay. The next speaker is Zulimar Toledo. If I said your name wrong, please correct me. Toledo.
That I gave my time, so we're gonna stay here together.
Okay.
And I'm gonna share some more things, amen? So again, about her and her case, I will be sending out that information because she's concerned that instead of getting the help that she needed, that she was pushed to the side and now everything is on her. They're going after her 16-year-old and 10-year-old. There's never been a report against her, but all of a sudden, when she looks for help for her 17-year-old daughter that's had some discipline, she's not perfect, but she wants to know that in 8 months, there was no reports. And all of a sudden now, they fed her information that actually caused her more harm than good. And we need to look at this program that opened up the doors for this young lady to build these false cases and reports that now is causing her and her other 2 children, which are her brothers and sister, hardship. And it's sad that even the other mother has to pull the case out just to seek for information, but now she's got to withdraw because now it's been bought a image against her that is negative. We need to support our parents when they're making claims or anything, and let's investigate it. Let's do the right thing by our parents, not only in their education, but also as parents, because now they're hurting their other siblings, and they don't realize that by them saying, like, they just think, oh, I'm free. I'm going to get an apartment because they offered me an apartment. A teacher offered a home, a bed. We have to research this. And the principal lacked to give me the name of what teacher to know that my daughter was in a safe place or not safe, whatever the case, would not. So I think that you guys should get involved when it comes to that, because again, she deserves better. The young lady deserves better, and she needs to be trained that just because it's an opportunity doesn't mean that you start saying lies. And I've been around this in my years in Bridgeport with another family that's the same thing. And I would like to share the sentiment of my wife. Every single one of you can, and I know you guys will do better. Get together in a room, close yourselves up as people. We hired her to do a job. I'm going to close up. Absolutely. We hired her to do a job, but remember, they hire you to do a job, and you guys can work together. So I'm seeking that leadership role that I know that who you are and what you can stand for, and take over the reins and say, okay, it's my job to pull them together and let's get together. And I know you can. And I know I talked to you before. You're up to the challenge, girl.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff. Oh, Mr. Jeff, we're not going to call you because you are going to be on the other. Okay. Mr. Joseph Delgate. If I said your name wrong, please correct.
Just there to you.
Okay. Yep. So you're good. I don't really, this handwriting is a little, I can't read it, but I'm going to say Salma.
March Hiller.
Yes, I see it now. Hi, Miss Marsh. You have the floor.
Coming as a tag team.
Okay, yeah.
I'm Marge Hiller, and this is Selma, and we are both members of the Central High School School Governance Council. Selma's daughter is a senior. My daughter graduated from Central a few years ago. We are here tonight because one of the activities that the council is doing is a family literacy night, and we want you all to be there. We'll have thousands of books. We hope to have hundreds of people. All the books are going to be free. We're going to have authors that are going to be there. We're going to have booksellers, and we have lots of fun things for the activities. So we hope you will be there. That's one of our main activities this year for the School Governance Council.
Thank you so much. Is Ms. Selma sharing as well? No? Okay.
It's on the, it's November 15th.
Great. The next speaker is John Diamond.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Diamond. I'm the senior pastor at Cathedral of Faith in Bridgeport, and also I'm a co-founder for Faith Acts for Education. As a co-founder of Faith Acts for Education, we know the power of our community when we come together in support of a common goal. This legislative session, We're proud to have won $150 million for Connecticut's public school children. That includes a multi-million-dollar investment for our kids right here in Bridgeport. Our government must not squander those hard-won resources. We must not give those who wish to deny Bridgeport access to fair funding pause to say they were right. This is what we risk if our Board of Education and our superintendent cannot find ways to work together in support of our children. Because believe it or not, it's about our children. We implore you, please come together in unity and in the belief that the children of Bridgeport deserve an excellent education. Please, please, for the sake of our children, please work as a team to represent the people of Bridgeport and to serve our children. Thank you.
Mr. John Torres.
Good evening. My name is John Torres. I'm the Executive Director of Bridgeport Caribe Youth Leaders. And I would like to respectfully express my concern and disappointment of the board's recent actions against Dr. Carmela Levy David. These negative actions have created a concern from Caribe community partners, parents, and funders. Therefore, these actions have motivated me to be here tonight. This board hired Superintendent Levy David to a 3-year contract. Yet within 90 days into her job, she is being publicly chastised and her ethics questioned. I have personally met with Dr. Levy David and found her to be genuine and passionate about providing Bridgeport public students and staff the attention and tools for them to strive, because she was one of them. She relates to our children. She's one of us. And the fear that I have is that in the past 10 years, there have been 4 superintendents without one of them fulfilling their 3-year contract because they quit out of frustration. The merry-go-round of superintendents will continue to take place if the board is not willing to trust the leader that they select. Recently, I met with Caribe's existing and potential funders, and these are funders that are not here in Bridgeport. And at some point during the meeting, 2 of them raised the question of what's going on with the Board of Ed in Bridgeport. I could only chagrin because they, just like me, can't understand how the superintendent is doing a bad job when she just started. It just doesn't make sense. There's a quote that is so famous that I think we all should adhere to, and it's that Rome was not built in one day. We are living in a polarizing world where productivity and advancement is being stalled because of differences. I encourage you to take on the role of serve the server. And in this case, I mean 2 jobs. And that is 1, you serve the student directly, or 2, you serve someone who does. Be that servant. This will ensure the much needed consistency to make meaningful impact change for our children and our students. And by the way, Bridgeport Caribe Youth Leader serves 1,400 Bridgeport Public School students, and we are in the schools. And I could go on and telling you all the work we're doing, but I see it, and I see that these kids are yearning for someone to believe in them. And I find that the superintendent does that. Thank you.
Speaker is Kawan Gonzalez, or if I said your name wrong, please correct me.
Just pushed it.
It's all set. Yep, it's on.
Hello, hello, good evening, Board of Education. My name is Kawan Goncalves, and I'm from Fairchild Wheeler School Aerospace. And today we're here to talk about the hoodie policy. We believe that students should wear hoodie meant to be a threat to anyone just because it's in style nowadays, and it's usually cold in the morning. Sometimes we just want to be comfortable in class and feel like if we're comfortable, we'll be more productive and actually want to be there.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Flores Haritz. I have a concern about the school dress code. We should be able to wear our hoodies. It will be fine that if you implement rules and heavily enforce that we don't wear our hoods, but we could wear our jackets and hoodies as normal.
This will not only be beneficial to the students, but it will also be beneficial to the teachers because every day that we come into the school, there's always that one student who wants to keep their hoodie on. And we as a class end up wasting too much time instead of doing work.
I spoke with some students at our school and they said it's fine that if there's rules for our hoods, but we could just wear it normally.
Another reason we want to wear a hoodie is because the hoodie comes with a front pocket and it's easier to carry stuff around the school.
Also, at some times, we can't even get a drink of water or to go to the bathroom because we have a hoodie on. They think we're doing something bad at that school, but we're not.
We understand why there's a hoodie policy. Back then, people used to see people with hoodie as a threat, but I feel like we moved past that and we can finally give a hoodie another try. A lot of students in Aero agree with the fact that other schools are allowed to wear hoodies and they don't really enforce that as much. And we don't think it's fair that we need to apply that rule and they don't. Thank you for your time and for receiving us here today.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you again.
The next, this name is really small, so I'm assuming saying Harriet Moses. Is it a Harriet Moses here? Or Hoseas? It's very tiny. So, okay. If what I'll do is I'll continue to call names, and if your name was here and you weren't called, then I'll acknowledge you. I'm assuming you will be that person. The next person is Mr. Tony Barr. Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Albert Benahan.
That's a good one. Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches a todos. I'm going to speak both languages because I know we got a Spanish speaker here and people that are watching us. Voy a hablar dos idiomas bien rapidito antes de mis 2 minutos. The people they think, las personas que se creen que I'm against Dr. Kamala Levy Davis, you wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Si ustedes se creen que yo estoy en contra de la señora doctora Kamala Levy, están completamente equivocados. Creo que yo soy el único latino en el Board of Education para yo estar en contra de otra latina. I think I'm the only Latino in the Board of Education right now to be against another Latin woman. She's a strong woman. And you all know that I vote for her. The people that don't vote for her, I respect your vote and your decision. If people vote for her, God bless you. But that's me, we have to, I'm going to be against you. Las personas que votaron por ella, Dios lo bendiga. Los que no votaron por ella, también. Eso no significa que tenemos que estar en contra. But I know everybody know when it was time to vote for her. And you know what I did? Listen, my community. When my community said, Mr. Benahan, and I'm talking parents, teachers, principal, staff, students, and I can show you proof, Mr. Benahan, she's the one. She's the one, and she's the one. So we need to stop this argument. We need to stop this fighting back and forth. We're not perfect. Only God is perfect. We're human. But I know together we can make a lot of difference. We can work together as a team, because God is watching us. And remember, as John Kennedy always said, what God told you, and that's what I'm here for. No podemos estar discutiendo, ni peleando, diciendo cosas que no deberían. ¿Por qué yo voté por ella? ¿Por qué yo estoy aquí? Porque la comunidad me dijo, maestros, estudiantes, padres, principales, dijeron, Mr. Benehan, ella es la persona dedicada para nosotros. So, tenemos que seguir trabajando juntos. I know I'm wrapping it up right now. I want to wrap it up. So, por favor, vamos a trabajar como equipo. No somos perfectos. Let's work as a team. And I know Carmela and I and everyone here is not perfect. We make mistakes, but guess what? We learn from the mistake. All right? We're not here to judge nobody. Only God is the person that can judge us. We're human. Thank you, Dr. Carmela. Thank you, the board, and thank you for everybody show up.
It's Montez. Please pronounce your first name when you come on.
Prado Montañez.
Okay.
Okay. I wish to introduce a reformation of teaching methods, which I feel interconnecting academic studies is how it should begin. I could start with history, social studies, and science as a short example. And it's supposed to be a common denominator. I chose American Civil War as an example. My aim denominator that the other studies connect to. I chose American Civil War as an example of my aim because of how slavery is closely associated to this moment in our history. I wholly believe that the way this subject is currently presented is the wrong approach, and kind of makes one erroneously learn that slavery is an American concept that brought about the Great Divide in the United States. So I wish to change all that, and among other things. I also have a section here because I didn't know it was only 2 minutes, so I had to cut it short. American Civil War versus slavery, where I wish to separate the two. If we're going to introduce slavery, it should be on its own accord from the get-go. The first reference of slavery was in Hammurabi Code of 1754 BCE. If we're going to introduce slavery, it should be as that. So that way, the students will grow up to learning that it's not a white enslaving non-whites. It's been happening since day one with the Jews and all the other races. It's all made up. So I wish to change that. I also want to be able to connect all the classes so that if American Civil War is the main topic, then language arts should get in on that same time period to talk about the literatures that were produced during that time, especially the political and theological writings, famous novelists, poets of that time. I also want to include that even home economics, they would have
Statement.
I'm sorry?
If you can just wrap up your last statement.
Well, I also want to include that electives can cover this period with all the inventions that were made during the 1800s. By connecting all these studies and all these studies connecting with each other, the students will keep a main consistent thought process. It's not segmented into just learning history and then you got to learn this and then you got to learn that, and it's all separated. But if we put it all together and all the classes all work on that one common denominator, then they'll be able to remember throughout the day what has been taught from the get-go.
Thank you.
Okay.
What I'm going to suggest is that if you would like, you can send any information or materials to the superintendent's office.
Copy to your office.
Okay.
But unfortunately, I submitted the wrong one. It's the one with the errors. But I'll be more than happy to stop by tomorrow and bring you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Robert Traber.
Fellow members of the board and members in the audience, members of this community. My name is Rob Traber. I'm a longstanding member on this issue. I started in the 90s as a parent activist. I have worked as a teacher and a parent activist and as a teacher, and now I'm a retired teacher serving on this board. I want to, for the record, state unequivocally, no one has ever attacked the superintendent at this meeting. Never. We have asked questions of the superintendent about something we're discussing. but nobody has ever attacked. And I challenge anyone to look at the meetings or the minutes and find where the superintendent was attacked. You may say that we've asked too many questions, and that's a fair observation to make, one that I would disagree with, but asking questions is not attacking. So that's the only thing that's gone on here. And in doing so, it's been in front of normally about 50 people in this room and maybe a few hundred online. I will admit, attacked the mayor, but only on the city's website, not on the Board of Ed website. And with good cause, I've attacked the mayor because for over 20 years as mayor, he's underfunded our schools. So he deserves to be attacked. And I did that as a parent and I did that as a teacher. The only attacks I've seen recently. It started with a video that the superintendent made with public school money over a week ago. And that video was posted and sent out to 20 to 25,000 school employees and parents, accusing board members of attacking her. Now, it's never happened, but that was inappropriate, in my opinion, using the Board of Ed communications to attack. And Miss Baptiste Perez's Bridgeport Facebook post calling you all out here. So I take umbrage with what was said tonight. Nobody has ever done what you said, and nobody has ever talked about terminating the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Traber.
Not said by one of us. Find it on the record.
Everyone, we have to remain respectful. There are still students in this room. We have to remain as adults and be examples for those students. That concludes public comment. We'll move now on to agenda items.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Bennett.
I know everything was so fast, but I have a point of privilege if it can be for one.
Yes, please speak clearly.
My point of privilege is everyone and everybody understand. I like to have a minute silence because I know we have parents, students, we got a big family here. And I know it was.
Hold on, Mr. Bennett. If you can just quietly exit so we can continue the business of the board. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of privilege is I need to make a minute silence because I know we got family, people I contact, I talk to them. Everybody know what's going on in Israel and Palestine. I want to make a silence for all these family we have here in Bridgeport. They really lost the family over there. So I'd like to make a silence for the peace and the people from Israel and Palestine, please.
If we can have a moment of silence, please have a moment of silence. Please be respectful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our next agenda item is approval of meeting minutes for a regular board meeting on October 10th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Banahan. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Sokolovic. Any questions or corrections? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. The next part is the chairman's report. I don't have anything major to report besides the board will meet on this Thursday to go over the goals and finalize those goals for the superintendent. Those goals will be posted on the website and also a part of her evaluation. Board members, that meeting will be done on Teams and it will be at 6:30, I believe, or 6 o'clock this Thursday. The next is committee reports and referrals. The first one is Education, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, chaired by Mrs. Sokolovic.
Yes, the DEI committee has met last week and we discussed actually the disparities between the enrollment demographics of charter schools and Bridgeport Public Schools. We found that Bridgeport Public Schools, didn't write down a percentage, I didn't properly prepare for it, about 21, 22%, and as low as in the charter schools, 2%. There's a 10-point disparity in the greatest charter school ELL population. And this is drawing from the same population of the city of Bridgeport. This is quite disturbing that our charter schools seem to have less. This is a disparate impact on our children who speak different languages, and this is something that maybe the people who serve on the charter school liaisons and sit at the meetings could ask about at the charter schools. What are we doing to recruit English language learners into the charter schools? And there's also a disparity in, some of the schools have a disparity in disabled students who also need access to education. I mean, we all know I'm very anti-charter, but I'm a realist. They exist, and if they're going to exist, they should educate all our students equally. And then next meeting will be on November 20th for the DEI at Central High School and via Teams, about either 6 or 6:30.
Thank you. Are there any referrals to this committee? Are there any referrals to this committee? Are there any referrals? Hearing none. The next committee is Finance. Mr. Sokolovic.
Finance will be meeting on October 25th, 6 p.m. at Central High School Library and via Teams as well.
Are there any referrals to Finance? Any referrals? The next committee is Governance. Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, the Governance Committee met in the interim. We spent the majority of the meeting reconstructing the bylaws that were already passed, already voted on. We went through probably an hour and a half, 2 to 2 hours to reconstruct the bylaws from meeting minutes because the bylaws had gotten lost in the transition. So we will be ready to present those bylaws at the next regular board meeting for insertion into our website.
Are there any referrals to Governance?
We'll meet on November 15th. Sorry.
Go ahead, say your date.
November 15th, Central Library, 6 or 6:30 p.m.
Are there any referrals to Governance? Any referrals to Governance? Hearing none. The next one is Health, Safeties, and Facilities Committee, chaired by Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Health, Safety, and Facilities has not met in interim. We will meet on the second Tuesday in November.
Are there any referrals to this committee?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Benahan, then Mr. Sokolovic.
Okay. I would like to see in the report for our executive directors we have how far the process they have, because I know they're in charge for so many schools. It's a big job. I can say like a Dr. Jenke, Dr.
Mr. Benahan, is this for facilities or personnel?
It can be, oh, okay, so I'm confused. It can be personal then?
That sounds
So-
more like a personnel.
All right, so
Okay.
yes, I just put it for personal then.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Mr. Sokolovic.
Yeah, I'd like to refer an update to the adult education, the search for the adult education site, where we're at and what we're looking at.
Just please email me that. Thank you.
Sure.
The next one is Personnel and Contracts. Personnel and Contracts, I chair Personnel Contracts. It has not met. I haven't received any items currently right now, but the next meeting, once we receive items, will be October 31st, 2023 at 6 p.m. Central High School. Central High School or Teams. Is there any referrals to this committee?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
As I say, I apologize for that. I would like to get a report from the executive directors, Dr. Morgan, Dr. Jenke, and our new, deputy superintendent. I know we met twice. The first time we interviewed, and we meet you in Harding High School. I would like to know the process, especially what do you got for us, for the school, for the Bridgeport School, for our students. You're a very amazing professional person. So I just want to know the process, what you're going to get for Bridgeport School. And I'd like to have the report from the executive director, because I know you guys are in charge for so many schools. How's the process going for each Bridgeport school?
Okay. I'll make sure to have that part of the agenda.
Yes.
The next committee is Students and Families, chaired by Mr. Bennett. Yes?
Apologize, Ms. Brown. I had a reference for
Go ahead.
personnel and contracts. I would like to refer bundling the contract for the amphitheater the current, let me rephrase that. Bundle the contract for graduations and convocations so we could try to find the best deal for us with their tax dollars, because we may be able to get a discount at another locale if we put it out to bid.
Okay. Thank you. The next one is students and families, chaired by Mr. Benahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our last meeting was October 19, 2023 in Central High School. We have a good agenda. We got a nice report. Some staff and parents want to follow, to do a lot of things. Our next meeting is going to be November 16, 2023. It's going to be I'm going to do it in Harding High School this time. I'm trying to look at, different places so parents will be easy to come to our meetings.
Okay. Are there any referrals to students and families? Any referrals? Okay. The next one is teaching and learning, chaired by Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Teaching and learning has not met in the interim. Next meeting will be the third Tuesday in November.
Are there any referrals to teaching and learning?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Colivay.
Yes, I'd like to ensure that we continue looking at early school start times on the committee. And also I would like to get an update. I've done this before in the past, probably about close to 2 years ago, to start reviewing curriculums for culturally responsive teaching. We've done this about probably like 2 years in the past. So I'd like to see an update to see what has changed and what they're currently doing so we could use it as a metric to what we're doing going forward. And I will email you that as well.
Any other referrals to teaching and learning? All right, hearing none, the next, just to remind everyone in the public that all of these committees are open to the public. They can also be viewed online. You're more than welcome to attend. Public comment may not always be available. That depends on what the chair will like for these committees, but feel free to visit them and be a part of the process. And all of our students are also a part of the process as well. The next item is the superintendent's report. Superintendent, you have the floor.
Hello? Sorry.
Tim, are you giving the superintendent's report?
Yes, I'll be sharing the superintendent's report. Okay, so this Saturday, we released the superintendent's newsletter. It is available on our website, which is bridgeportedu.net. If you guys want to follow along, the superintendent released her love note to the Bridgeport Public Schools community. I'm going to play the video now.
Dear Bridgeport community, it's hard to believe that we've only been together for 36 school days. The first few weeks of my tenure have been one of the most rewarding and most exhausting experiences of my career. I continue to be incredibly thankful for your support, patience, and enthusiasm for the work that lies ahead and the victories that we will experience together, one battle at a time. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that faith is taking the first step, even when you can't see the whole staircase. However, we all know that when trust is broken, it's hard to believe that anything will be different until it changes. We have to persevere and focus on the eyes that watch us daily. They gleefully receive our good morning greetings and believe us when we smile and say, "See you tomorrow." They are our priority, and we must remain focused on putting their needs and expectations first. We stand poised to begin a new legacy of Bridgeport graduates who will be proud to stay, return, and to invest in our schools. My resolve to meet that commitment remains unwavering and is even stronger than when I arrived in this beautiful city. Abraham Lincoln once said, "The philosophy of the schoolroom in one generation will be the philosophy of government in the next." Take a look at all that we have done in 36 days. Now take a deep breath and exhale. I can't wait to see what we will do together in 1 year. Rising together, we are Bridgeport.
And press the mic.
I apologize. So in addition, this is all available on our website. Once again, bridgeportedu.net. I'm gonna go briefly over some of the things that we've done in the 36 days. One being negotiated the 4-year teacher contract. Then we have our district priorities, which is building teacher capacity, cultural responsive instruction, and then embraced social media platforms, which is 3 of her priorities for the district. We also have changed the way that we communicate with our stakeholders, with the weekly newsletter, with the communications, with the videos. We've revamped the way that we handle social media, and we continue to improve that, to communicate with our staff and our students and our parents, and also our community stakeholders as well. So we have addressed staffing. And that was, we've had the deputy superintendent. We have reinstated the math and literacy directors. We have reinstated the athletic directors, which we haven't had in a few years. We have a new assistant superintendent in SEL and emotional learning and such other. And he is going to be starting within our district very soon. We've built partners. Some of the partners are here today in regards to different things that we can do from the community that in partnerships with the community that can benefit our schools, whether that's funding, whether that's scholarships. And it's very good that we're building this and continuously building partners. It's so that we did this within 36 days is amazing. We have the STEM labs. So we have 2 STEM labs. We addressed this in a few board meetings ago. But the STEM lab, we have one at Hall Neighborhood House. And then we have one going in, the other school is High Horizons, I believe? High Horizons. And so the STEM labs, each lab has equipment. It's about $45,000, and there's donors that are bringing, they're reaching out and getting donors. And it's done through the Alan Wallach, who was a former employee here for a long time. It's in his honor. So we've had different news articles, one highlighting the aquaculture school. Very, very good positive piece that we had. I'm not sure if anyone see it. Again, we have the article on this, so you guys can go back and look at it if you need to. We listen to the community. If you have it, the students were here at Fairchild Willer. It was actually based off a school visit that we had, I think last week, I believe. And so they had brought to the superintendents I want to wear a school uniform. I want my school uniform. I want to wear a hoodie. And so what we did was we said, hey, this discourse should be brought to the board. This should be brought to so those students honored their word, and they came to the board meeting and they spoke on behalf of their desire to wear hoodies in their schools. And then we also had the community forums. We had community forums in different settings, just so that the superintendent can get the understanding of the community. So state and elected officials, some officials were here today, some officials are still here now. So she's met with several state and elected city and federal elected officials. We've also had partner meetings with our higher educations locally. And then we also had the Bridgeport Promise, which is also provides pathways for our colleges, for our students, a pathway for our students to attend college. And that will be all for the superintendent's report. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Tim. I will open up the floor for questions from board members. I'll start. Ms. Perez, do you have any questions? Mr. Traber, do you have any questions?
Just one. I'm still hoping to get the expulsion data that we discussed at the last meeting.
Miss Allen, are we waiting for a response? Ms. Allen, do you have any questions? Ms. Baptiste Perez, do you have any questions?
Wow, it's just been 36 days. So first, I think it's a very big deal of what's been accomplished in the last 36 school days in the district. Thank you, Tim, for presenting. I just have a question with what's the school suspension date is going to be used for. My concern is not giving staff busy work, and if it can be referred to committee so we can take some kind of action or some foreseeable goal, I think that's going to be very helpful for us as a board to work together for something clear and coherent versus just give me information for the sake of having it. So,
yes,
This is about superintendent's report and a request for data. You really don't have to justify why we need the data.
well,
This
the
data is.
point is, I have the floor, is that we should be working towards a foreseeable goal for the district that will actually impact our children. I'm just curious if there's something that maybe we can work together and collaborate with teaching and learning, since that's where it originally came up. So that way we can just have a goal. And I've noticed that the information was provided, and I just want to know, what are we using it for? And if we're going to evaluate maybe some future plan or action that we all get together so we can get that moving.
Mr. Traber, would you like to answer?
I'd be happy to answer. The data was discussed 2 months ago at a meeting. It was requested initially by me for the last year and amended by Mr. Gillem for the last 3 years. The superintendent had provided it 2 meetings ago verbally, and I simply asked to have it given in writing because I couldn't take it down verbally. And at the last meeting, the superintendent said it would be provided. And I just am reminding her that I didn't get it yet. So that was it. It was already done. It simply needs to be sent. And it is directly germane. It didn't come up at the committee. She said it came up at a different committee.
Okay. Is a yes, Mr. Can you come to the mic so we can have it on the record? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Traber, was that on the day-to-day expulsion for the past 3 years?
It was the expulsion rate, I think, week to week, Mr. Carafa, but I wasn't sure whether it was more specific than month to month or year to year. It was week to week. I thought it was provided verbally. And that was what we were looking for.
Okay, I apologize. That was sent. I'm not sure if the superintendent at this point got it in her email with everything, but I will make sure, with any questions you have, I'll be able to answer those, but I will resend it and make sure that that is in your packet or in your hand. We did the 3-year work on that, exactly what you asked for. So we do have that. I apologize you didn't receive it, but the reality is we have it set and done, and we'll have it to you soon as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Carafa. I know that it was presented orally, as I said, so I know the work had been done, and I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Baptiste Perez, would you like to finish, or are there any questions?
Oh, no, that's clear, because I recall receiving all the data that was requested. And so I thought, aside from requesting it, that there was some ultimate goal with like a policy or some way we were going to implement it amongst the students, because we have the request. And then I didn't know if there was a potential issue with IT, because I know I received it and other board members received it as well.
Thank you. Mr. Sokolovic, any questions concerning the superintendent's
Yes,
report?
this question comes from a constituent. We just discussed a new way of communicating, and 1 or 2 parents are concerned about, have the roundtables been suspended? Are we going to continue the roundtables? Because that was the way we were doing business in the past, and the parents really like the roundtables.
Dr. Levy David? Would you like to respond?
I don't know what the question is.
Will we be continuing the community roundtables where the parents come to a live in-person meeting with the superintendents to speak with the or superintendent's designees, because we had it before with Carly Roche and Ms. Lynn Stevens. They did it once a month to check in with all the building leaders, all the building pack leaders, and get together and speak about issues. Are we intending on continuing that, or will we be dismantling that?
I haven't held a roundtable.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be the superintendent, but Ms. Stevens or Ms. Colley. I think Ms. Colley has moved from the position, so I think it would have to be Ms. Stevens.
Okay.
It's just a request for an update. So if you don't have the information, please get it to me by the next meeting if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benahan, any questions?
Not question, but a comment. Thank you, Dr. Levy Davis, for the report, the video report, and I see as you be, like I said, 36 days. You did, I'll be honest, because, the truth, the truth got like the truth, and then you're busy and you're doing things that other former superintendent never did. And I have to be honest, and thank you for that. I really appreciate that. What Mr. Joe Sokol is talking about, the roundtable, we have former superintendent, we have pack leaders from each school. We have a nice meeting one time in a month. They come to speak, and Ms. Rocha and Ms. Lynn was there to, guide us and talk. I was part of that. And we have amazing meeting. The superintendent cannot be, you can send one executive director, and you can speak with Roche and Lee, they will give you more information. And that was good. So because apparently that we got new parent leaders now, PAC and PTSO, they would like to come and speak and talk what they do, vendors, what kind of workshop. It's amazing. It's good. And I can give you more details, but you can ask Ms. Rocha and Ms. Lynn. But it is a good thing, you can ask them. But after your report, thank you. I really appreciate that for the 36 days you are doing this job. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Gillen, any questions?
No questions from me, but again, it's phenomenal work. We're working on the communication with the community, the board, parents, students, staff. I think they really appreciate it. The positivity, the positive energy. I say just keep it going. 36 days is still right at its infancy. So we'll continue. We hope you to continue to, again, nurture this district, and we support you. We have your back.
Ms. Casimir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Levy David, for all of the work that you've done so far. I do have a question about the point that Mr. Traber brought up, because I remember you sending out an email on the 27th of September, week by week, month by month. And then Mr. Traber had responded to it. So I'm still just kind of confused as to what else did he need besides the data. I guess I could just, or Madam Chair, I'm asking you to ask him, what else does he need besides the data that she sent him on September 27th?
Mr. Traber, would you like to respond or no? Okay. All right, so that concludes the superintendent's report. The next item is new business. We actually had an old business item that is not placed in the proper area, but we'll continue as the agenda has. Discussion and possible action on entering into a contract with Thought Exchange Survey Services for the 2023-2024 school year. I know this was brought up before contracts. And then it was also brought up whether or not it was a qualified purchase. And then from there, I believe it was said that it was approved, and then it was brought back to make sure that it was brought before the board for the board to actually vote on whether or not we would enter into this contract. So I don't know if Mr. Pires is here to speak on this, or Ms. Siegel, or not sure who will be speaking on it, just for the record. Ms. James? Oh, James. Okay. Mr. James, are you still with us? I see you. Mr. James?
Yeah, hi there. Good evening.
Okay, yep, you have the floor.
Great. So my name is, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that you have the floor. You can speak on the item. Go ahead.
Yeah, wonderful. I met some of you several weeks ago when I joined one of your committee conversations. I'm happy to answer any questions that any one of you has about Thought Exchange and how our platform works and is being used by hundreds of other districts across the country to drive accessible, inclusive, and fair community conversations across school districts. I met this morning with some of the team, and so I know that they were able to get some of their answers from a technical perspective. But I think I'll just sort of make the simple point. The thing that is very unique about our platform is that it's really designed to allow all voices to be heard in an authentic way, and also in a way that allows people to interact with one another's perspectives, to get exposure to what their fellow community members, their fellow staff members think and believe is crucial in response to any question that the district is looking to hear from their stakeholders on, and that this is a process that's really designed to ensure that all voices can be heard equally in conversations that impact people, where people care deeply, but are often limited in their ability to have their voices heard or accounted for because of the limits and constraints on our time and availability to be present in conversations. And that is particularly true for a larger school district like your own, where just the sheer volume of people that you serve can make it very complicated and complex to be able to adequately hear everyone's voice in a consistent and ongoing fashion. And Thought Exchange is designed as a way to make it easier for leaders to bring the voices and perspectives of those that they're trying to serve into the conversations and into the decisions that they are trying to make from a place of understanding where folks are truly coming from. So let me pause there, and I'm not sure if anyone else from the district leadership team wanted to provide any further context about how you yourself are seeing the potential of a partnership with Thought Exchange. And surely if there's anyone on the board that has any specific questions, I'm here to answer any and all of those questions.
What I'll do, thank you, Mr. James, for providing that update. What I'll do is, for the interest of time, is that in following of Robert Rules of Order, I will give each board member an opportunity to ask their questions. We will go around one time and then we'll go around again and to see if any other board members have any questions. You do, according to Robert Rules of Order, have 10 minutes to ask any question, you can outline whatever it is that you want concerning this item. I'll keep time if I need to keep time, but the floor is open and I will just call board members. And if you have any questions, you can ask your questions for Mr. James. Ms. Casimir.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair,
yes.
quick point of information. The 10-minute limit is on debate, not questions.
Got it. Go ahead, Ms. Casimir.
I'll pass.
Mr. Gillen.
Pass.
Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, I got a couple of questions. Not the contract. I sat through the meeting. I don't have any questions about the program per se, but I'm seeing the contract in front of us is backdated to October 1st. And why is it October 1st start date?
Thank you for drawing attention to that. That should be November 1st. I think that's simply a reflection of when the conversation had started with the district, and that perhaps there had been an eye towards having an October 1st based on earlier conversations. However, we would certainly want to amend that to simply reflect, in this case, if you make a decision to move forward with the partnership, a November 1 official start date. So thanks for catching that, and we would want to change that coming out of this conversation.
Yeah, none of the questions, but I think we should get that motion out the way so we don't forget about it. Motion to amend the contract to date November 1st, 2023.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
I made a motion to amend the date to November 1st, 2023. So when we approve, if we approve.
Is there a second? A second by Ms. Perez. Any further? So it's been seconded. Any further comments or questions before we vote on it?
Just the amendment.
Just the amendment. All right. I hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. It has been amended. All right, now continue conversation on it. Questions, I'm sorry. Ms. Baptiste Perez, any further questions?
Pass.
Ms. Allen, any questions? Mr. Traber? Yep.
I had a question for Mr. Pires, I think. Is Mr. Pires here?
I'm here.
The committee moved this out of committee pending approval. Has it been approved?
Yes, the qualified purchaser was submitted to purchasing and it has been approved, yes.
On what grounds was it approved by the committee?
It was the committee, it was the purchasing agent, the sole source.
Sole source?
Mhm.
Okay. No other question.
Ms. Perez?
Just a comment. I was in the committee meeting when this was presented, and I think it'll be a great addition to our district. I like the combination of AI and how we can use it to survey students and families. So I'm just saying that I would vote for this contract.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Casimir.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Gillen,
No questions.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I had the opportunity today to go through the Thought Exchange website and actually see a presentation on it. I think from a few of the comments, I believe by some Councilwoman Valle about bringing us out of the Stone Age, I may be attributing this to the wrong speaker, but I think I agree with Board Member Perez that this is cutting edge AI. I know from experience sitting on this board, we've asked for a breakdown of some of the survey data, and that's not readily available, but Thought Exchange will be able to do that in real time, really fast, as well as give quantitative and qualitative information to it. So that way we can figure out how to reach out to the community at large. So I think that this is something to bring us out of the Stone Age, like some of our public speakers were saying. So I too will support this.
Mr. Benahan, you missed any questions for Mr. James. Do you have any questions about the Thought Exchange survey service?
No, I'm not commenting the question right now. Thank you.
All right. I also too agree that seeing a product like this being able to be provided for the district, especially with some of the needs that we may have, I do wish we did have the further demonstration. We didn't get a full demonstration in our committee, but I do think, if this should be voted on, that, we'll be able to see the future of what this product will do for the district. Yes, Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I move that we enter into a contract with Thought Exchange Survey Services for the 2023-2024 school year.
Is there a second? Oh, Mr. Traber? Okay, so it has been properly seconded by Ms. Casimir. Now, any further comments or questions?
Just a quick point of information.
Yes.
Ms. Baptiste could just amend her motion to add the words as amended. Because we did have an amendment.
Yeah, we changed the October date to November 1st.
That's still the 2023-2024 school year, and that motion's been passed.
Correct. But now we're on to the main motion, which is as amended.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, will you withdraw your second? All right, go ahead, Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I move that we enter into a contract with Thought Exchange Services for starting November 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 school year.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Casimir. Now, are there any further comments or questions? Mr.
I have some discussion that I like to. Oh wait, Mr. Traber.
Mr. Okay.
Yes. I am totally opposed to qualified purchases. We need to have lead time. Qualified purchases, they dampen competition. They drive up prices, and I would like to see 3 bids for everything, because competition drive down prices. We have a certain amount of money that's limited. We can only spend money one time. So money spent on one thing cannot be spent on another thing, cannot be spent in a classroom. So I would just like the record to reflect that I stand against any qualified purchases. And even if there's one difference, there's no knock on the program, Mr. Haga. I think it's a wonderful program and I think it's a good program. But if there's qualified purchase, sole source provider, if there's one or two slight differences in those things, is that worth the excess cost? And those are the things we got to look at as financial stewards for the tax dollars that come to us. And I will be opposing this contract just based on that.
Thank you, Mr. Sokolovic. Mr. Traber and then Ms. Perez.
I was at the committee meeting where we voted on this. We initially moved, as the minutes reflect for that committee, to table this proposal. At the request of the superintendent, we withdrew that motion to table because Mr. Haga had a very interesting demonstration at the end of a 4-hour committee meeting where we got a taste of what the program can do. One small example that he was forced to lay out real quick to us, and he was prepared with 2 demonstrations to walk us through. And unfortunately, after a very long committee meeting, nobody had the desire to go through it. So we didn't get a chance to go through that. So it's unfortunate, but at the request of the superintendent, we asked that it be put to the appropriate committee. And if it was approved, that it would be brought to the full board last meeting for approval. Now, somehow we got our wires crossed because I'm looking at the minutes that say we started using it. So I guess I didn't hear in this explanation tonight why we're back here doing this now. So I guess that's my question. Did we start using it already or did we not?
Superintendent, or would you like to respond?
We have neither purchased Thought Exchange nor begun implementation of Thought Exchange. I believe that's the motion on the floor.
But the minutes that we've already approved reflect that we said we had started work with the Thought Exchange at the last meeting. So I'm confused. So
we aren't
Mr. Traber,
using. Yeah,
no,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Traber, there is no contract signed with Thought Exchange. Nothing has been implemented. There's no purchase order issued.
and we
So
didn't
if there's-
start working with them either.
None at all.
We did
There's
no
no
work.
work done.
Okay,
Everything is pending your approval tonight.
okay. That's what I'm asking. Because the minutes say that we did and the report last meeting said we did.
That must have been some misinterpretation or misspeaking, but nothing's going on.
Okay.
Ms. Perez?
Thinking this was a program that was unique to other programs. They don't offer, or other programs do not offer the same. Sorry.
Yes, please use it, and then I'm not sure if that's for us or if that's for Mr. James.
I guess Mr. James, from Mr. Haga, from the presentation from last time, you mentioned that there's no other programs like this one. So is that correct?
That is correct. The fundamental difference with Thought Exchange in comparison to other survey type platforms, particularly those that are, frequently used in K-12 public education, the fundamental difference in how our platform works is that it is really designed to allow for people to have their own authentic voice heard and accounted for, and also to give them the opportunity to anonymously get exposed to the thoughts of many other people in an efficient fashion within a digital format, and to allow them the opportunity to weigh in on their degree to which they feel alignment to what others have contributed to the conversation. In that regard, it's designed to allow people to truly listen to the voices and perspectives of others, and to do so in a fashion that doesn't allow for as much bias in the conversation, in part due to the fact that the entire engagement is anonymous. And what that is driving at is the ability for people to build empathy and awareness of the fact that there are many different ways of thinking about and having a perspective on an issue, and critically to allow for some degree of consensus or alignment or prioritization to emerge from any conversation, wherein the district can see not only the breadth of complexity and difference of perspective that is held within a large community, but also to understand more acutely what are the issues and perspectives that do in fact have a lot of consensus around them, and how can we understand those things and use them to drive forward, decisions around limited resources, limited time, and the mission and mandate that you hold as a public school district to best serve all the students that come to your schools. And knowing that the ability to hear authentically from those stakeholders is a crucial part to allow you to understand whether you're on the right path or not. And so I think that's the key differentiator of how our platform works, as opposed to in a survey. Traditionally, what you're doing is you're asking a question or a series of questions, and people are given the opportunity to respond, often based on a series of options that you've laid out within the question structure. But then that's the end of the exercise. They don't necessarily get to understand what are the issues that are, finding alignment across the community, nor do they have the opportunity to understand or to weigh in on what their fellow community members are thinking or believing within that conversation structure. And so those are some of the key elements. And then lastly, the ability to have the results and the data transparently available to all participants in real time, and also to give the leadership access to immediate results dashboards that through our AI empowered analytics essentially help to present the data in themes and categories and areas of divergence and polarization, areas of common ground, and a whole host of other mechanisms that are really designed to save leaders who are strapped for time the ability to draw insight out of complex, often narrative style data that is otherwise a very significant time and resource lift just to try to make sense of and understand. And that's what our platform is designed to do in a very efficient way.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up.
Go ahead, Ms. Press.
So I believe that's why in committee we pushed this for a qualified purchase. And then my other question would be to either Superintendent Levy David or Mr. Pires. In committee, I believe we talked about the price of this being cheaper than Panorama, was it? The previous program. So this would be saving us money.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Baptiste Press.
So my question is more for Mr. Haga, I believe I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. When I did the demonstration today, I saw that it was a very user-friendly platform, and that it provided a translation for the data. So for parents that are bilingual, multilingual, are there language services provided? So the survey that's being sent out is automatically translated into Spanish or Creole or French?
In any instance of using our platform, any participant has the ability to select the language that they would like to be able to participate in. This is an integrated element of Google Translate into our platform. And so I believe there's 133 languages that Google is able to translate in real time. So for instance, if I'm a Portuguese speaker, I can engage fully in Portuguese. Everything will appear in Portuguese. I will share my thoughts in Portuguese. And then for an English speaker, those Portuguese thoughts will be translated into English so that other people can, of course, understand them if Portuguese is not the language that they speak. And that applies to any other language that an individual would choose to participate in the process. And that's obviously just designed to try to lower the barrier to entry for people who, for whom English may not be their first language, and giving them the opportunity to be heard in the language that they're most comfortable and capable to communicate and present their perspectives.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments on this?
I just want to comment. It just seems like this, seemed like this thought exchange would be just extremely helpful just for the district in terms of strategic planning, in real time trending of the voice of our, again, students and staff. So, and it's cheaper, Mr. Sokolovic. So I think we could go on and vote on it. I think it would be a great addition, especially if it's a tool that our superintendent think that will be helpful for her as well in leading this effort.
Thank you. Any further comments? All right, so the motion has been properly seconded. All in favor? Any opposed?
No.
Mr. Sokolovic opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. The next item, before we go to the next item, the superintendent did want to make an announcement. So I want to yield the floor to you to be able to do that.
During the superintendent's report, I wanted to make sure that we highlighted what I think is a phenomenal opportunity for our students. And I really want to thank Infomark for coming to the district to do nothing more than to ask to partner and to support our students. I was able to meet with Tony Johnson, who's right over here. If you could stand, Mr. Johnson. Thank you. And he is the Vice President of Community Engagement for Infomark, which, as you know, is one of the water treatment facilities here in the city. And not only did he offer to have our students have real-time apprenticeships, school-to-work opportunities, but also scholarships for each high school currently in our district for our students. And so they're investing very directly not only in the development and growth of our science initiative, but also in the growth and prosperity of our students here in Bridgeport, and they want to be full partners. And I just wanted to personally thank him, and apologies for not being able to highlight you earlier, but I just really want to thank you for being here and for believing in the work that we're doing here in Bridgeport. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now resume back to agenda items, discussion and possible action on directing the superintendent to remove the October 13th, 2023 video from Parent Square and YouTube. This item was brought to me by Mr. Sokolovic. Mr. Sokolovic, you have the floor.
I'd like to begin by making a motion to instruct the superintendent to remove that YouTube dated October 13th, 2022.
There a second?
I moved to table that indefinitely.
It's already been seconded.
That's
There's
a
a motion on the
superior
floor.
motion to what the main motion on the table. There's an attorney here. I've made a motion that takes superiority over a main motion. Table it indefinitely. So other board members need the opportunity, whether or not they want to second that motion, to table the main motion that's been made.
No, man, that's not how it works.
All right,
There's a proper motion on the floor. You were not assigned the floor. The motion was second before you assigned the floor. You were not recognized. You can't just shout out randomly, motion to table.
All right, Mr. Traber. Mr. Traber seconded. Is there, yes, Ms.
I moved to table the main motion indefinitely.
Well, we have two
You can't have two
motions.
competing.
Have two motions on the
cannot-
floor.
That's not a main motion I've made. That
Madam
is not
Chair,
a
we
main
cannot have
motion.
two
And if you
competing
have
motions
questions,
on the
Attorney
floor.
Dugas is online. And I
Mr.
believe we have another
Uh,
representative from
Can we hit
Mersham and Motion.
executive session? Can we?
No.
No, we can't. It's not for executive session. So there's Attorney Dugas, would you like to weigh in? We have two motions on the floor. Is he on? He's online. Yes. Yes, okay, yes. So the first motion is Mr. Traber's.
My motion seconded by Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Continue conversation.
My motion, I will speak first. The reason I requested this agenda item, that the October 13th video, because the October 13th video contains misleading and false information. I will point out the inaccuracies one by one and note where to find the correct information, either in the minutes or the original video of the last regular meeting. Inaccuracy number 1, when change is not understood, conflict begins. There are members of the board who do not understand, this is a quote from the video, there are members of the board who do not understand the change and the need to do her work in a respectful and conflict-free environment.
I'm going to start your 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm not gonna need-
1 second. All right, go ahead.
Inaccuracy number 1, when change is not understood, conflict begins. From the video, there are members of the board that do not understand change and the need to do work in a respectful and conflict-free environment. They don't understand how to provide respectful dialogue and expose the superintendent to public ridicule that she is not deserving of, and how it's important for her to model for her employees where people are treated with dignity and respects, even when they don't understand the changes that are coming. This implies that board members do not understand change. Speaking for this board member, I understand all too well the changes provided thus far, some which I agree with, some which I do not. Just because a board member disagrees with change does not mean that board member does not understand it. When it comes to adding any additional spending, this board member is the only sitting board member to have to look people in the eye and say to former employees, "I'm sorry I voted to cut your job. We just could not afford you." This board member also sees the approaching fiscal cliff and knows there are many cuts coming. This board member will continue to question every new expenditure, weigh the cost versus the benefits, and if in my analysis I believe the costs outweigh the benefits, I will advocate against that proposal. If I get 5 votes, note the 5 votes isn't saying anything about terminating anybody. The change or the addition is blocked. If I only give 4 votes, the change passes and it's accepted. All qualified purchases will get additional scrutiny by me at least, because this board member knows qualified purchases drive out competition and drive up costs, which will in the end be dollars that cannot be spent in our classroom. This board member also understands that DEI is an all-encompassing term and that culturally responsive teaching falls under DEI, as does professional development around recognizing implicit biases and some anti-racism training that Ms. Baraka brought up. That being an anti-racist is a very good book, and I've actually sat in seminars with Mr. Kendi, who wrote that book. This is evidenced by my committee doing equity audit each and every discipline's curriculum. They all ran through the curriculum, so I do understand culturally responsible teaching. The two concepts debated at the last meeting are not mutually exclusive. Both can coexist. That's my understanding. In a recorded video, I asked a question about the RFP for a public relations firm. This happened about 1 hour and 4 minutes in the regular meeting. I raised concern about dragging the process out. I never questioned the credentials of the current PR firm, just the need to get a permanent contract in place if that's the direction we so choose. As I began my next question, the superintendent interrupted me. You can find this in a video. Anything unfactual, feel free to point out. Okay, as I began the next question, the superintendent interrupted me and raised Ms. Sofer by name and asked if there was a concern about the work she was doing. I said my questions were about process, not people. The response was, well, I'm concerned about people. I emphasized the importance of following policy. I did not accuse the superintendent of breaking any policy. Please point out where I did. She says she don't think she has broken it. I repeatedly reassured her that was not my point. She kept bringing up Ms. Sofer, who was not the subject of the question. The question was about an RFP and if it has been issued. It is after this point she accused me of having a personal bias. This is unacceptable. This triggers people like Ernest Newton and Mary McBride Lee to insinuate I'm a racist. That is unacceptable. My son attends these Bridgeport public schools, and I have to explain to him some very ignorant people are calling daddy a racist just for doing his job that he was elected to do right up here. If anybody, I had to tell him, if anybody says anything to you, explain that Daddy is doing what he was elected to do the same way he had for the last 6 years under every single superintendent that sat at this table. My next question, about an hour and 8 minutes in, was asking for an update for the deputy superintendent search being conducted by CES. I asked for an update and if we could add the job search to our website as well. The next response was, oh, now you have a problem with Dr. Avery as well. No, I replied. Dr. Avery is welcome to apply for the new job. The next question, these next points go to modeling behavior and treating each other with respect. The next question, about an hour and 10 minutes in, during the report, it was said that we entered into a contract with Thought Exchange and that we were already working with Thought Exchange. Superintendent said it was discussed thoroughly in committee and why we needed a new contract, and really never answered the direct question. She states, just take a vote to terminate me. And this is interesting because the only person that was talking about terminating the superintendent is the superintendent herself. At no time in any minutes in any video will you see any board member speaking to fire the superintendent. The superintendent brought this up herself. Nobody is trying to terminate the superintendent. That very same contract was voted on earlier. And probably asked questions as well, because I'm confused by the statement during her report, which is found on page 7 of the minutes, that she began working with Thought Exchange. The approval is on tonight for the first time. I'm unclear of the October 1st date, because today is October 23rd. I hope when I ask this question, I'm not accused of bias and racism once again. The superintendent interrupted 2 speakers with the statement, death by 5,000 cuts, death by 5,000 cuts. Then we moved on to charging Lighthouse a fee. Superintendent made reference to, and I'm paraphrasing here, the city is funding us. What if the city decided not to fund us? Not to fund us. Not to fund teacher health benefits. We should not antagonize and bite the hands that feed us. I asked if superintendent was saying the city would cut funding and hurt our staff and students. Now, this is evidence we heard city council saying they sit on the finance board, and if we don't treat the superintendent right, they are going to hold back our funding. Did everybody hear that? So I asked the question if the superintendent was, excuse me, I'm speaking.
I'm asking, he still has time. Please do not speak from the audience. Please do not speak from the audience.
I asked the superintendent if she was saying the city would cut funding and hurt our staff and students. Not an irresponsible question, seeing as what we heard here tonight. The superintendent replies, not only are you wrong, Mr. Sokolovic, you are also deaf. You are deaf, Mr. Sokolovic, she stated. How do our special education students here who may be hearing respond to that? This was not only disrespectful and rude, it was very insensitive to our hearing impaired students. So exactly what behavior are modeling? Calling people names, unfairly accusing them of bias, interrupting people while they are speaking. Finally, this video attacks board members and presents a false narrative, much like gaslighting. This is not what Parent Square and other districts' resources are intended for. This message went out to the entire district, including the parents of every single one of my son's classmates' parents. And I once again had to explain to my son what people may say to him in school. If this board does not vote to take this video down, so be it. Just be aware I will continue to ask the questions in the same manner as I have always and will correct any misinformation with documentable facts. Thank you.
Right, so is there any further comments on this item? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I think that this motion highlights all the negative that's in the district. I believe that board members have, in my experience on the board, excuse me. I'm going waiting for that.
Ms. Allen.
Here, you could take the call.
Oh, okay, she's good. Go ahead, Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Censoring our superintendent to send a public service announcement goes against what certain board members in their private life to what they attest that they're raising money for the Board of Ed, their First Amendment rights. There's nothing wrong with the speech. If the shoe fits where people feel guilty or ridiculed, then you have to live with the actions of your consequences. But we as a school district, when there are heated conversations, we need to rectify, we need to calm the public. The public needs to know, and parents need to know, that there are stability in our schools. We just had a huge successful win with our teachers' contract. We just had a huge successful win with student morale. We have community turnout. And then to take this action, which I believe is the fourth action against the superintendent or question in her conduct, clearly sends the implication that it is a targeted offense. I am not here to sit on the board to be gaslit because comments were made in a cool, calm, and collective way that we have not attacked the superintendent. This is clearly an attack on the superintendent's speech. And nothing that was said was wrong. With change, it will be uncomfortable. With change, and people don't understand the purpose of the change, like what's the difference between culturally relevant teaching and DEI, and how they actually coincide to a certain extent, with more of a focus on teachers being able to have tier 1 instruction to students, teachers being able to reach out to all the different cultures in their classroom, and teachers being able to teach students to be the best that they can be. Somehow along this way, there have been several agenda items ridiculing the superintendent's leadership. And instead of having a conversation with the superintendent, board members have refused to communicate with the superintendent. And what should be a simple adult, this is our opportunity as a board to be the role model
Point
for
of
our children.
information. No,
I want my 10 minutes.
Which board member refused to communicate with the superintendent?
Does the shoe fit? Because I'm not interested in naming names
I'm
like my
interested in
colleague in
facts.
public.
You're casting aspersions on the board.
Mr.
Be on point.
Sokolovic, she still has 7 minutes left.
And I plan on using it all. No. But in all seriousness, this is absolutely absurd. It's rude. It's highly offensive. It is a power grab. It is a struggle. Let her do her job. I don't know how many people came up today expressing to allow the superintendent to do her job, but it seems like there are problematic board members that give off the appearance of being bitter, that give off the appearance of wanting power and control. And that is interfering with every one of our students in the district. We just need to be focused. We are not here to serve the parents. This is what the attorneys told us during our training. We are not here to serve the staff. That's what the union's for, and they have their own representation. We are here to serve the students. We are here to be role models for the students. Nitpicking at the leader of this district's speech does not make us look like role models. And this is absurd that it's an actual action item on here. For the board member that called this, have you had a one-on-one discussion with the superintendent regarding this before actually calling for it?
I've had several online conversations. See, you asked me a question, allow me to answer.
No, rhetorical question, because I know the answer.
Okay.
Okay, but no, instead of being the role models that we need to be, instead of being child and student focused so they have the best education possible, this is not an agenda item aimed at any of our kids. This isn't going to make them feel better at night. This isn't going to assure that their teachers are able to teach them at night. This has absolutely nothing to do, but is just a power grab. And that's the part that I find unacceptable, especially since some board members were arrested for trespassing and then claiming their First Amendment rights. All of a sudden, now you want to censor someone else's First Amendment right. When all it's doing is trying to mitigate the situation, assure to her team, the district-wide, that she's not leaving us, but now she needs to be censored. That is completely ridiculous. And so I'll use the rest of my time.
Any other board members would like to share before I go back around? Mr. Benahan, you have, give me time to start the clock. Your 10 minutes has started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and I'm gonna be less than 10 minutes. This have to stop. This have to stop. I'm a parent before a leader. It's embarrassing that our students, our parents, community, everyone is watching and talking about board education. When they say board education, they say all of us. They don't say names. And I don't like when they say board education, my name is there when something is negative. It's pissing me off so badly. I'm trying to hush my mouth, to not say what I have to say, because I'm very professional. And I don't want to look bad, because if I say something negative, we all going to look negative. That Dr. Camila Levis Davis, she's perfect. They're not. Are we all perfect? We're not. Nobody's perfect. We make mistakes, we learn from the mistake. But Dr. Camila Levis Davis, know I emailed her. She emailed me back, and I really appreciate that. Did I have something against her? No. Did she do something I don't like? No. Did she don't like what I do? No, because that's part of the humanity. That's part of the life. Nothing is perfect. But it pisses me off so bad. It embarrasses me. Sometimes I get angry. I get stressed. I get depressed. I see that people have to talk about the board education of Bridgeport School. I got family from Puerto Rico, Florida, New Jersey, exactly in Bridgeport. You know, say, Mr. Benahal, Albert, what's going on with your board? Board education for another town, Milford, Stratford, Moore, Monroe. They said, wow, Mr. Benahal, you know what's going on? Everything was fine. You have a great superintendent. What's going on with the board? What happened with this? What I have to tell them? I don't know. Call exactly the board member you think, you know, he's doing something wrong, and talk to them. Sometimes I get tired. I get frustrated. I'm not here for this. I'm here for my students. I'm here for my staff. I'm here for my parents. I'm here to work together, you know, for the best education for our children. If you have some personal issues, you know, take it on the side. If I don't like something from Dr. Camila Davis, something, I will go, I email her, let's sit down, let's talk like a human, like a professional we are. If we vote for her, the majority is because we know she's doing the job. If the community wants her, because she's doing the job. And really and seriously, what I see, I witness, I don't see another superintendent of school do things that what she was doing. That did she something did a mistake? Yeah, she did a mistake. Everybody did mistake. I did mistake. Everyone did mistake. Who told me he's perfect here? Because that's me. You're not your God then. But I'm tired. I'm very tired. I'm very upset. Disgusts me that we had to go back and forth in argument for stuff that we can't handle as professional, private, or something, whatever we have to do special meetings, secretary, you know, I'll take the section. Not the public look like, come on, really? Come on, people. Come on, board members. Come on, let's be human. Our children are watching us. This is one of the reasons sometimes people, parents, they don't want to come to our meetings. This is one of the reasons sometimes parents, they would like to speak with us, because they say, if I go over there and speak, I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to have an issue. You know how many staff they would like to speak and come there and say, we got this issue, we got this problem, but they're afraid. They are really afraid. And I talk to you from the bottom of my heart. I'm not offending nobody here. If you get offended, I apologize. But this is the way I speak. You know, I be honest. I talk to you from the heart. We need to work together. You need to go, he say, she say, why he say, up, down, left, right, black and white and yellow, whatever. I don't care. A student is watching us. And we need to stop this. Like I said, good communication, great successful. I'm not sitting down here that I'm trying to be negative. I want to be positive and work with everyone. Remember, our children is watching us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else? Mr. Gillen, just give me a second. You have the
I'm
floor.
going to keep my comments brief. I personally think this should have been an executive session discussion. And also to my colleague, Joseph Kulovic, this was not necessary.
Mr. Traber, just give me a second. Floor is yours.
I want to echo what Mr. Gillum just said about it's unfortunate. And why aren't we in executive session?
At the time, I didn't think it was executive session. When I spoke to the superintendent about adding it to the agenda, I did let her know. And that's my fault. I should have added it as executive session.
Well, I understand. I'm only asking. Mr. Jalem, which and I were just discussing it, and the reason is it's just sadly that we need to work out some differences, and this is not our best light, as all of us agree. But I do mean what I said earlier. I think that this video was a step up in terms of attacking board members. It was not necessary. It served its purpose. It was used in the press, and I think it should come down. And so I seconded this motion because I think it is something I have not seen in decades working with this board. For the leader of this district to use the resources of this district to put out a message that attacks board members. And we've had turmoil when when other board members were here. We've had turmoil meetings that didn't finish until midnight. And the vitriol and the arguing make us look like we're at a picnic compared to what they've been through in the past. So I'm not saying that we can't get better, because we can get better. But it's not, I mean, compared to what we've been through in the past, the reputation of Bridgeport is engendered by that past when we went months without a board meeting because it was so bad. So I believe that we need to get better, as many people have said. But I don't believe there was ever any overt attack in any of this that's gone on in the past. There were questions that the superintendent didn't like, but there were not any personal attacks. But in this video, we personally make a statement about other members of this group here sitting at this table. And that, I think, is taking it up a notch. And we think we need to, if you want to start taking it back down, we need to take that down.
We're gonna go round. Ms. Perez, I'm gonna start the clock for you, so just give me a second.
I don't need 10 minutes.
Huh?
I don't need 10 minutes. I don't need the
But I
time.
still want to,
Okay.
out of respect, I want to make sure everyone gets their due, so can you use it? You don't have to. Go ahead.
I think we've heard from the community here today. Faith leaders, community leaders. We got our city council out here, our state senators here. It's not because of good things. And we had a meeting a few weeks ago about our strategic plan for the year and our goals, and one of them was communication. And we just need to, like, as a group, be able to communicate with each other where we're not bringing out crowds for negative items on the agenda. And I want to second what Ms. Baptiste Perez said, is some of these things should be one-on-one conversations and go up the chain of command from there. But I don't think having this on an agenda item reflects well on our board, especially when, you know, this fiscal cliff that you speak of often is coming up. And we had city council members here today who, quite frankly, are on the budget committee, as one representative said. And who knows what they're going to do because they see us as a dysfunctional board. So, and I know that's on them, but we just need to come together and really have those conversations off the agenda. And if things need to escalate to an agenda item, then we go from there. But we should have these conversations privately first.
I guess I'll share before I go to myself. Is there any other board member, because I'll start the rotation again, that would like to speak on this item? Casimir?
I mirror what Board Member Perez just said, every single word. That's all I wanted to say.
Any other board member who hasn't spoken? Ms. Allen, would you like to say anything? Okay. I will speak on the item and I'll start my clock. When this item was brought to me, I did call in our superintendent meeting. I did bring it to her attention. to let her know that I did receive phone calls, and I did ask them. I asked her, I said, what would be the best route would you like to take for people to reach out to you about their concerns? She said, you can give them my cell phone number. And I told her, I would feel better. We just talked to the lawyer about this. I would feel better if they just email you directly with their concerns. I don't know if you received them. You probably haven't, but I did let her know that I did receive from community members about the video. They did say that they felt like they were a part of a back and forth argument amongst the board and the superintendent via the video. So I did bring it to her attention. I did talk to her about it, and I did tell her it was going to be on the agenda. I don't believe Mr. Kolovey asked for it to be executive session, and I didn't think about it at the time, but I was trying to be proactive, and we did speak about it. Like I said, her feelings are her feelings. I respect your feelings. Your position is your position. I do believe that we do as a board, and we did talk about this in our meeting as well, that there is an opportunity for us to sit down and have a conversation. I did speak to Mr. Dugas. Mr. Dugas did provide me with language to be able to do so for an up and coming meeting. So once he does get back from vacation, we will be scheduling an up and coming meeting will require board members to speak directly to the superintendent of the concerns that they may have. So that is on the books and being prepared once Mr. Dugas arrives back from vacation. So I just want to say that the conversation came about. We did talk about it, but as the chair, I did my best to honor each and every one of you who asked me. When I send you an email, I say, here are the updates from the superintendent. This week, I did not, last week, I didn't get a chance to do it, but I did ask board members, if you have agenda items that you want to be presented before the board, please email them. And I have done that across the board with every board member. I've only received from certain board members items that they felt they needed to be brought before the board. So I just want to share that. So if anyone says that the conversation did not happen, it did happen. The results of it is the agenda item, but the conversation did happen. Now I'll start again for the last time. We'll go around one last time. Each board member still has 10 minutes. Respect each other's 10 minutes that we've just done. Back to you, Mr. Sokolovic.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, let me start your 10 minutes.
I don't think it's extra 10 minutes. It's just 10 minutes in total.
Oh, 10
So
minutes.
I think I got about 45 seconds and then I'll
Okay,
do it.
45 seconds.
Um,
Let me start your clock.
yeah. So
Nope, let me start your clock.
in the end,
Nope, don't start. I don't want anyone to say that they were slighted. Your seconds have started.
right, at the end of the day, it is, as Ms. Baptiste-Perez accused of a power grab. We got to understand the power dynamics of the board. The Board of Education is the supervisor of the superintendent. The superintendent used company resources to attack her supervisors. And for that reason, it should be taken down.
Now,
And I'm sorry,
all right, wait,
going forward, yeah, this is
you got like
kind of conciliatory.
10 seconds left.
I am willing to start afresh and new tomorrow at the next meeting. I will disagree with some of the superintendent's agenda items, and I will support some of them.
5 seconds.
And I will act in a professional manner, but I think we should all be treated with respect, no name calling, and directly answer the questions. As long as we could do that, we'll have a wonderful working relationship.
And time. Second go around, Mr. Gellin, would you like to, maybe you have,
Yeah, not that much,
maybe-
but again, just to clarify, in the video, no one name was singled out at all. So if inferences were made, if assumptions were made, that was up to the individuals or the community. The community obviously has, their senses. So we know who are, the dynamic within the board, right? So again, in the video, no one was singled out. So we want to make that clear. No one, our superintendent did not attack any single board member.
all right.
She didn't attack us as a whole either. I want to make that clear. So yeah, it's not a spin game.
Okay, we're not gonna go back and
No,
forth.
we're not. No, we're not. I'm going to be very clear. This is not a spin game. She did not attack any board member. She didn't attack the board. She made an observation about her time so far as superintendent of Bridgeport and highlighted the dynamic that she's facing.
Thank you. Any other board member would like, Ms. Baptiste-Perez, you have about 5 minutes left on your time.
I just want to bring back to some comments that was, some things that were mentioned in public comment, and that is to get us out of the Stone Age. So first and foremost, it is on the internet. It's this very common saying that I know our students know, and that is the internet is forever. And so the video has been downloaded, it has been saved, it has been posted on media outlets. So this action really comes as a censorship without truly deleting the video as requested. So people will still share, people will still review it. And so this really doesn't take any action except trying to attack the superintendent. I want to reiterate what Mr. Jalan said, that no names were called in the video. And that this is reiterate the point that was brought up by Board Member Perez, that we need to essentially do and be better. We are the role models for the district. We have so many new partnerships that have come into fruition within the last 36 days that I don't want our failure to communicate as a board to deter potential scholarship donors, deter the state from having any faith in us as a board, especially when we're given training. I want to be that role model for our students, that they can look to the Board of Education, that we are focused on the business of educating our scholars. And so I strongly urge that we do not vote in favor of this. Truly, the internet's forever. Like, I downloaded it. And so I won't question whether someone's going to ask me to censor if I choose to share it. So, I mean, this is frivolous. So I hope that my colleagues understand that taking it down doesn't remove what they think is an issue, and that truly, like Ms. Perez said, that we need to have conversations and be the role models and follow the goals that we've established for ourselves. Thank you.
And that concludes Ms. Baptiste Perez. Any further? All right. I think you have about 5 minutes or so to you too.
Well, I got at least 7 or 8, but I won't use
Oh, 7 or 8. I can bring you up to 7.
I'm really not gonna. I would repeat the points, just simply, to me, it's a symbolic gesture. If we're talking about trying to mend fences and move forward, then we don't need, Ms. Baptiste Perez is absolutely correct. People have been passing it around and posting it and reposting it. But it should not be on the parents' page. It should not be on the Board of Ed website. It is the antithesis of what we're talking about trying to do. We're trying to figure out how to work together in a more constructive fashion, and that statement doesn't do it. So I think it would be a appropriate symbolic gesture to take it down if we want to move forward in the way that we're all talking about wanting to do. So I believe that it's worth taking down to show that we are trying to move forward.
All right. I'll go to Ms. Perez. Would you like to finish out your time?
No comments.
Ms. Allen? Mr. Benahan, would you like to finish out your time? You
Yes.
have about, give me a second. You have about 5 minutes as well.
Very short. Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel, in my opinion, and I respect everyone's opinion, or my colleague, that Dr. Camila want to send a video out for the community, for the parent, for the student, all her job and everything she's doing. I'm fine with that. If it says something negative about one of the board members, let's put it on the side. Let's have a special meeting, or let's call and have a better communication, because I don't want that negative to go out, because something small, they put it so big, more big, that this building, that she can keep doing her videos about what she's doing in the community and everybody know what she's doing. I'm okay with that. Like the one she just did, this one. I'm okay. I'm happy with that. But let's keep forward and let's keep positive, because people's watching us, and this is embarrassing for our students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. I believe that is everyone that has gone forward. Let me go back. Ms. Casimir, you still have time? Yours.
No, thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. So there's, after everyone has had an opportunity to speak, everyone has utilized their time. The motion is on the floor. All in favor?
Call vote.
Roll call vote. Mr. Benningham, would you like to do that? Yep, we're on whether or not this should be removed. So you have the floor.
Point of order, no side conversations. The public deserves to hear every single thing we say.
Okay.
Sue Allen, Christine Baptiste Perez,
Absolutely not. This is not the symbolic gesture that we should be. I have the right to explain why my vote is no. I have a right to explain why my vote is no.
Ms. Baptiste Perez, you have the floor.
Absolutely not. This is the symbolic gesture to our students that they do not have a voice to be a student of color in this district. This is ridiculous, and I vote no.
Ms. Bobby Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Akeisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. David Kellen,
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
No.
Mr. Justice Sokolit,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, and Mr. Abdulbenan Grajales, yes.
Need to go back to Ms. Allen.
Yes, I'm going back.
Sorry.
Ms. Yvonne Allen,
So the ayes have it. All right, the next item is second read and possible approval of policy 9130, construction of agenda to bring into compliance with state statute. This is Mr. Sokolovic's item. This also is just the second read of this item. And it's also located in your
Right,
packets.
the packet.
I don't know what page it is on here.
Right after thought exchange. Page 33.
Page 33. Okay.
Okay, wait, I'm
Can-
sorry. Yeah, 91 30. Okay, let me get back to the proper page on mine because 30.
Board members, it's 33 in the packet right before special education.
You know, unfortunately, the language was not added to our packet, but the language was pretty simple. Adding an E, I'm looking for it here. Adding a letter E, dating. Oh, first of all, I'm sorry, let's start with the motion.
Yes.
Motion to approve construction, the second read and for immediate implementation, the construction and posting of the agenda 9130.
Second.
If y'all recall, at the last meeting, we discussed some language being added to the package. It just wasn't added. We could have it added afterward. All materials presented at public meetings shall be posted to the district website. This is to bring us in compliance with state statute and the state law that we've done. This is not really an option. We just need to have this added to the current policy.
Is there any questions on this item? Mr. Dugas did speak last time and did let us know that this is something that we must do. But if there's no further questions, it's been properly second. All in favor? Sorry, Ms. Baptiste Perez, go ahead.
I have a question. I understand what we're voting for. My question is, why hasn't the rest of the language been posted on the Board of Education website? Because I know we passed it back in April, so that would have been 6 months of the language not being posted.
I will respond, but go ahead, Mr. Sokolovich.
Yeah. In reference to that, if you were listening during my committee report, we discussed that it was lost in a transition and it was recreated just at the very last committee meeting and will be presented to put it in the portal. It was reconstructed by myself, Mr. Traber, and Dr. Morgan, using pivot points from the minutes to the agenda to recreate what was lost. And we all agreed that these are the current minutes that are up on the board, as is, with the exception of the one sentence to be added. So, and this will be on the agenda for the next meeting, just to have it put on the website, unless the superintendent so chooses to put it up as presented. So if you want to go, if it is on the agenda, I suggest every single board member go and watch that meeting. Otherwise, we'll be here 2 hours going backtracking what we did.
Well, no, I understand the transition happened in the summer, but I believe this was passed in April, right?
You are correct, but I'm not sure what happened. We did discuss it with the superintendent on what happened. No one knows what happened as to why we don't have the full draft.
But isn't that a violation of FOIA that we approved something and now we're posting it 6 months later?
You are correct, and we are attempting to rectify that, because during the transition, we were holding all the past bylaws in one file. That file was lost, and the file is now being recreated. It has been recreated and is ready for posting to the website. So we will continue to abide by FOIA, especially by passing the last line of this, so we could get that updated, and then all the bylaws will be completed for posting. I call the question.
It's in the meeting minutes. That's what they're going off of. That it was approved. All of the changes were approved via the meeting minutes. It's just the document itself never made it on the website. And it has been asked for multiple times. I'm not sure
Last 3 months.
what took place.
But it should have been posted during the previous superintendent. That's just the area where I'm confused, because that happened way before the transition. Dr. Levy David, it's only been here for 2 months, but I just needed an understanding of the timing as to why we're in violation of FOIA. Thank you.
All right, so now that it's been seconded, is there any other questions to this item? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Baptiste Perez abstains. The ayes have it. The next,
I'm sorry, just for
Mr. Sokolovich.
through you,
Yes.
Madam Superintendent, Dr. Levy, Dr. Levy David, I'm sorry. Can you have this language added, one of your staff members to add this language to the bottom of the policy, just to get it up to date, please? Because I don't have access to the.
Who will be providing the language? Who's writing it?
I can send that. I can send it as presented, or we could grab it from the minutes. Mr. John is very good at taking the minutes, so it should be included there. Right. Would you like me to send the language I got as written and accepted as what the board passed?
I mean, if that's what the board is approving, that's what I will post.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll send you the language.
All right, the next item is approval of memorandum of agreement with Bridgeport Education Association regarding special education teachers. Yes, hi, Mr. Hunt. We should. There is yes, but before we do that, I did have staff that did want to speak on it. Not staff, but the actual association that want to speak on it. So you may have the floor, and then we can vote to go on executive session. Yep, just press. Yep.
Just press.
Nope, now you turned it off. Press it again. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board,
Good evening, Dr. Levy David. My name is Jeff Morrissey, and I'm the president of the Bridgeport Education Association. I'm here tonight to talk about new business item D, which focuses on our special education teachers and service providers. This is very timely since we are currently struggling to staff our special education program and have 22 vacancies right now, with 5 more anticipated before the end of the semester. The history of this document is long. In the spring of 2022, we filed a class action grievance, number 2843, on special education workload. In September of 2022, then Superintendent Michael Testani signed a settlement agreement that created a special education work group tasked with creating caseload and scheduling criteria that would then be added to the collective bargaining agreement. The committee met throughout the 2022-2023 school year and worked in good faith to meet the terms of the settlement agreement and draft the contract language now titled Appendix J. Throughout that process, there were compromises and concessions made to develop language that would provide much needed relief to special education teachers and maintain school divisions' obligations to meet the needs of our students with disabilities. The committee was comprised of BEA members, a building administrator, the director of psychological services, the director of specialized instruction, and a special education supervisor. Additionally, the director of human resources was consulted throughout our work. Throughout the process, we received a document from central office entitled Board's Last Best Offer, and another one called Board's Off the Record Response. On May 26, 2023, then Superintendent Alicia Perrin signed the document called Appendix J, and we advertised to our members that they would be getting a slight relief in their special education workloads starting in the fall of 2023. It was not until we were working on the final versions of this recently ratified contract that we learned that your representatives on the negotiations team claimed to have never seen the language of Appendix J that was, based on the history of the grievance and the work group, settled language in the contract. Now, to be clear, the human resources director who helped in crafting language for the work group was a member of your negotiations team. Your representatives told us that the language was a violation of your board policy, but that rather than bring this language to you for approval with an acknowledgement of the mistake made by the superintendent in not getting you to approve it, members of your team wanted us to accept the removal of the language and ignore the work done by the work group and the needs and best interests of not only our members, but your students with disabilities that they work with every day. It is our contention that the grievance settlement requires you to incorporate Appendix J into the contract. To omit it now would be a violation of Connecticut labor law. Thankfully, when Superintendent Dr. Levy David heard about this, she interpreted the situation the same way we did, that the language must legally be included in the contract, that the process was valid, that the teachers need relief, that the agreed upon relief could be accomplished at minimal cost to the district, and that you all as the board deserve the opportunity to comply with the law and publicly support your educators and the students that they teach. I urge you to put aside any concerns you have about the actions of previous superintendents and vote yes on this document. Do not make your teachers and students bear the brunt of a mistake made by people outside of their control. We're confident that we will win this if we have to file an unfair labor practice with the state, but would rather spend the time an unfair labor practice charge would require to continue to build a working relationship with the new superintendent and supporting our hardworking educators as they meet the needs of their students. Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, would someone like to make a motion to go into executive session? Yes. Mr. Traber. It was asked by legal counsel. Would you like to respond? Is there a reason why we have to go into executive session? Mr. Dugas asked that it be, but just. Okay. All right. So would someone like to make the motion? Move by Mr. Traber. I'm gonna give it to Mr. Gellin, seconded. All in favor? Any opposed?
No.
Any, Ms. Baptiste Perez is opposed. Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. All those that are currently present, board members and legal, will go into executive session. Thank you. All right, all members that were a part of executive session, board members have returned as well as legal to discuss the item. Would someone like to make the motion? Mr. Traber,
I move to approve Appendix J.
Ms. Casimir seconded. Are there any further comments or questions? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I just wanted to comment to the BEA and especially amongst our special education educators. Thank you for all your hard work and service. There's not enough thanks that can go out to you and your work. And that I want you to know that this is a good faith effort that the board is going to take, and that under this superintendent's leadership, that your voices will continue to be heard and validated. So thank you, BEA members and special education teachers, especially for your service. And thank you, Superintendent Dr. Levy David.
All right, so all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. The next item, congratulations. Yes, Mr. You're welcome. I lost my agenda real fast.
The MOU.
MOU, yes.
I mean, no.
Right. Got a lot of papers over here. Thank you, Tim. The next item, I'm sorry. The next item is discussion and possible action concerning workers' compensation settlement agreement. This also requires executive session and legal is present for this matter. I see, are you, Ms. Ulysses, are you gonna speak on it before we vote for it? Okay. All right, so we'll go into executive session based off of a vote. So is there someone like to make a motion to go into executive session? Mr. Traber? And Mr. Gellin seconded. Are there comments or questions concerning this item? Thank you, sir. Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. All members currently present will go into executive session along with the superintendent. Thank you. All right, everyone, board members have returned back from executive session. The only members that are not with us currently is Mr. Traber and Mr. Benahan, and the superintendent. They should be coming in shortly. Would someone like to make a motion for the items discussed in executive session?
Motion to accept the proposed settlement of workers' compensation claims of Maria Mena Echeverria as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Traber. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Go ahead. The next one, Mr. Sokolovich.
Motion to approve the proposed settlement of workers' compensation claim of Christina Atua as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Traber. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Mr. Sokolovich.
Motion to accept the proposed settlement of workers' compensation claims of Deborah Williams as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second? Mr. Traber seconds. Is there any further comments or questions? Hearing. All, I need to hear you guys. All. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Now we got our last item of the evening, discussion and possible action to censor and or take other appropriate action regarding board member Albert Benahan's conduct in violation of board policies and laws. This requires executive session. Would someone like
Motion to postpone this indefinitely.
Okay.
Already another properly seconded.
All right, Mr. Lloyd. Okay, and all right, so I haven't recognized anyone. So let's try it again. Would someone like to make a motion? Okay. Mr. Sokolovich,
Motion to postpone item indefinitely.
is there a second? Mr. Traber seconds. Is there any further comments or questions?
That's fine. That item is debatable.
Okay.
So I don't think it needs to be moved, given that we are all about process and procedure. One of the biggest things we have to be focused on is about the process. This is a debatable item.
Right, I'm gonna give you time.
Okay,
So
thank
let
you.
me give you time.
One of the biggest lessons, are you ready?
And go.
One of the biggest lessons I've learned tonight is that this board is more interested in process and not procedure. And that shouldn't just be employed to our own.
Point of information. I know the motion. Point of information. The speaker.
It's not defamation,
motion
it is
on
a
the
discussion
floor.
about process.
Okay.
The motion on the floor is whether we table it.
And that is
debatable.
That is debatable.
Correct. So going into the things we're going to discuss in executive session is unacceptable according to process and procedure.
According to process
As a
and
lawyer,
procedure, you need to be.
We've got our attorney.
No, you need to be quiet. I have the floor.
Okay.
And this is process and procedure, so let the chair talk.
Can interrupt this.
I would like to have legal give us advice on what is the best process for this. Please speak, sir.
Indefinitely.
Okay.
Okay.
And the motion to table indefinitely means that it would never come into the light of day where we as board members would not be able to communicate against each other regarding process and procedure. The common theme that I've heard is that we need to follow process and procedure, and that should apply amongst us as well. None of us are immune. All of us are open to election, ridicule from the public, and to table this would not take responsibility on an item we need to discuss. This is not about people. This is not about favoritism. This is not because I like you, but this is for the protection of the board. And so to table it indefinitely, which is also not in order, but I'll let that slide, is completely ridicule. It makes us hypocrites to all the things we've discussed today about following the process and following. If we can't hold ourselves accountable, we don't need to be on the Board of Education. And maybe the state needs to just step in. because we need to keep to our word. If we're going to follow process, all employees and staff, especially given with what we just dealt with, where board member conduct can cost us money, and it's real money, and that's money taken from our children. Now, it's enough. We have children in this district, so we're not going to have a conversation about board member conduct that's going to cost us money. We're not going to follow the procedure because that is what it means to table indefinitely. It means we're not going to discuss it. We're going to bring it under the rug because we're doing political favors because there's an election November 7th, and that's completely unacceptable.
Ms. Baptiste Perez, you have 8 minutes left. Are you off? Okay. All right, Miss, hold on. Let me set the clock. Go ahead, Ms. Perez.
I'd be voting against the motion table, because this can possibly have legal repercussions for us. And think this should be in executive session. I yield my time.
Anyone else? I'm gonna give it to Mr. Gillen, then I'll come back to you. Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Yeah, here we're being accused of not following policy and procedures, yet Robert's Rules of Order are our governing body, and Robert's Rules allows for this motion to table indefinitely, which you yourself just tried to use 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry, 2 hours ago. Excuse me, I am speaking.
I'm just
and
reporting the favor.
I am speaking.
Now
I
we're
am
going to be
speaking,
roll calls
I've
for
got
the
my 10
district.
minutes.
Stop. We still have 9 minutes. Please go, Mr. Sokolovic.
And the motion to postpone indefinitely was my motion. It was not to table indefinitely, postpone indefinitely. Table is a whole different motion. We need to read our Robert's Rules in Order and understand them before we start speaking about them. So the motion to postpone indefinitely is a valid motion, is within the confines of the rules and regulations and the laws that govern us as a body, which there is no malfeasance by bringing this. The motion either succeeds or it fails. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Gillen. Just 1 second. Go ahead.
Never mind.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, hold on, Mr. Traber. Go.
With regard to this motion, I believe that the original exploration was politically motivated. And so I believe it's appropriate that we table this at this time. Postpone it, I mean, at this time. And that's why I'm supporting this item. I believe the whole thing was politically, and I'm not seeing that we all want to move forward. I think we're still grinding axes.
Right. Ms. Perez?
Whether it was,
Hold on 1
I'm sorry.
second. Go ahead.
Whether it was politically motivated or not, it's on the agenda. It's something that can come back to us and possibly cost us money that we do not have. And yeah, that's all.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, hold on, Mr. Gillen. I'll bring you back.
I think we just have to be fair here in terms of staying consistent. We need to work on principle. If you stand for something, you continue it. Okay? I stand on principle. We need to explore this. It's nothing personal. It's about the district, the liability the district may hold, and what how do we move forward to protect ourselves. All right? I think the discussion can happen. Actually postponing this discussion, it seems like a political move to me.
Anyone else? Baptiste Perez?
Plus, having the discussion in executive session will allow us to have communication. It is possible action, but not even having the conversation at all implicates that it is politically motivated. If I had an agenda item listed against this for me, I would want to have an opportunity to speak amongst my peers. I would have an opportunity to reflect, grow, understand what my peers were concerned with, why my peers are concerned with me. How are we to be the leaders and want our children to work items out, have reflections, restorative practices, if we cannot restore our own practices amongst ourselves? Postponing indefinitely, the same as tabling indefinitely, is the same concept. And we should at least have the discussion so Mr. Benahan can clear his name amongst us and we can decide whether or not to take any further action aside from having this listed on the agenda.
Unfortunately, you've already spoke twice. Yes, you did. Sorry. Wait, you didn't. I'm sorry. Yes. Are you finished? All right. So I'm sorry. You passed. Yes. I mean, 3 seconds, but all right. So I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I think, no,
Follow the rules.
I do understand, but I think, again, just to give the opportunity as well, to circle back from what my colleague, Ms. Baptiste Perez stated for Mr. Benahan, to speak to us and kind of go through his thought process. But furthermore, we're giving our colleague, Mr. Benahan, the courtesy of going to executive session. So I think we should utilize that time to have that discussion. I know that courtesy was not granted across the board.
All right, everyone else has spoken. That Mr. Traber.
I have a question. How did this get on the agenda?
So board members are, as I've done with all of them, you can bring any item that you need.
So I'm asking to put this on the agenda.
Ms. Baptiste Perez requested it along with Ms. Castamere and Mr. Gellan requested it.
And so, excuse me, I'm still exercising.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay, guys.
Yes.
Come on, it is 10 o'clock, 10:30.
I'm with you. I'm just trying to finish my term.
Please continue.
So who's established that there's potential liability? Who has asserted, Madam Chair, that there's potential liability?
Same point of information. That's off the topic of going into.
Yeah, we can't.
I'm sorry. It was asserted in numerous comments, so I was questioning it as an assertion of fact.
That's everyone that would like to speak. All right, the motion has been made. All in favor. Roll call vote. Mr. Benahan. Did you read it back? Okay.
Is for
To postpone.
Indefinitely.
Civil Allen. Christine Baptiste Perez. Bobby Brown.
Abstain.
Akeisha Casimir.
It's to table.
No.
Again. Jennifer Perez.
No.
Justice Suckley.
Yes.
Mr. Walter Traver.
Yes.
Mr. Albert Benahan Grajales. Yes. Ms. Civil Allen.
Yes.
Ms. Christine Baptiste.
No. The ayes have it. No?
4-4 tie.
4-4 tie. Okay.
So it fails.
So the motion fails.
The motion to go into executive session to discuss.
Yes, so back again, discussion and possible action to censor and or take other appropriate actions regarding board member Albert Benahan's conduct in violation of board policies and laws. Legal, you are invited as well. All board members that are currently present, and I don't think the superintendent has to attend. Oh, wait, say it again. I'm sorry. Would someone like to make, the motion has been made. No, would someone like to make the motion? I'm sorry.
I move to go into executive session.
Ms. Baptiste Perez moves to go into executive session. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Perez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none. Legal, please join us. All board members will attend. Superintendent, you don't have to call.
if needed right now.
Oh, like,
I'm freezing.
I'm gonna let her leave.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
I meant to tell you that. Sorry, Miss Lee. Okay, board members, we have, oh, no, we're all here. No, Albert's not. He's right there? Okay. Okay.
Is there food still?
Recommended, yeah.
So,
It is, but I would not recommend.
yeah, because it's so
I'm
many
gonna go
hours.
there and I'll touch it.
That's all right. They know more.
All right, all board members have returned from executive session that went in or are now out. Legal has also joined us again. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I move that the board takes action to provide written notice to censor board member Albert Benahan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Perez. Any further comments or questions? All in favor?
Roll call.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Benahan? Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So please, you're gonna amend or?
Motion to amend to include possible censure.
So
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. The motion has been amended. Now we'll vote on the main motion. Go ahead, Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Yes.
Oh,
He said roll call.
roll
vote,
call
so
vote.
you
Go ahead,
call
Mr.
my name.
Benahan.
And the motion is,
To possibly censure you, sir.
Christopher Allen,
Beg pardon? Your vote.
your
Oh. No.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
Yes.
Albert Benahan Grajales. No. Ms. Bobby Brown,
No.
Ms. Akisha Casimir,
Yes.
Mr. David Gellen, Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Joseph Sokoloff,
No.
and Mr. Robert Traver.
No.
So that the noes have it. All right. Now is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Benahan. Is there a second?
Yep.
Second by Mr. Gillen. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Hearing none, motion carries. Everyone have a good night.